Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP Business Technology Platform BTP Training. In this comprehensive course, you'll gain mastery over SAP BTP, the game-changing platform that empowers enterprises to integrate, extend, and build innovative solutions seamlessly. We'll dive deep into the power of the Cloud Foundry and Kyma runtime environments, unlocking the ability to develop and deploy cloud-native applications with ease. You'll learn to leverage the platform's robust integration capabilities, seamlessly connecting diverse systems and data sources across your organization. ZaranTech's industry experts will guide you through harnessing the power of SAP BTP's low-code, no-code tools, enabling you to rapidly build and customize applications without extensive coding knowledge. Additionally, we'll explore the platform's cutting-edge analytics and intelligent technologies, empowering you to extract valuable insights from your data. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. BTP Introduction. 2. Business Application Studio. 3. CF Environment. 4. Kyma Environment. 5. ABAP Environment. 6. Cloud Connector Configuration. 7. Generate UI using Fiori elements. 8. Same FIORI app. Let's dive in.
Maybe I think we'll start the sessions. Okay, so hi team. Okay, I'm Chintan here, and we are going to have a BTP trainings together. Okay, for next couple of weeks, and we are going to learn about the BTP, about the types of it, about the pillars of it. Then we are going to do the hands-on session on the CAPM side, and we are also going to learn about the what is in-app extensibility, side-by-side extensibility, and the Cloud Foundry part, all about whatever environments we are having. Okay, and apart from that, we are also going to learn about the CI/CD part of it. So when SAP renamed SAP Cloud Platform to SAP BTP in 2021, okay, they decided to package the multiple services and products into one platform, okay, that business could run to make the business decisions, okay. And you might be aware, right? Earlier we have a maybe SAP Conversational AI. We had the SAP Leonardo services offering was there when it was a SAP Cloud Platform, okay. But now when we see it, right, the all the combinations of services are also getting merged and it is being offered as a package. And when I say as a package, okay, when you say, right, SAP workflow management service, right, so it's a combinations of multiple services, okay. It comprises of SAP business full service, SAP workflow service. So they're trying to focus, okay, that the services can be offered as a package to the customer, okay, which can be achieved for the business functionality specific scenarios, okay. And they're also trying to bring in, as Ajit is saying, right, they're also trying to bring in more AI related features, okay. They had these features earlier as services being offered. For some reason they discontinued it, okay, and they are trying to replace with one or other way, okay. Recently, maybe if you are aware of it, right, they started with the SAP BPA, business build process automations, okay. That is the combinations of um, IRPA plus business full service and multiple things, multiple services are being offered inside that one, okay. Okay, Fiori elements comes, okay, with the SAP Cloud Platform, okay, and they are changing the fundamentals of it, okay, with the templates, other things with the SAP BTP as well, but it was also there in SAP Cloud Platform. So what are the types of SAP BTP, guys? Types, when we say the types of SAP BTP, it always there are two types we have it. One thing is we have a new environment, we have a Cloud Foundry environment, and just starting with the SAP BTP, we have a ABAP and the Kyma also, okay. And so these are the major types. Majorly so far it's been Neo and CF, which are it really in use for the productive usage, okay. And we do have ABAP and Kyma also, KYMA Kyma, okay. And people are it's it is not as famous for the implementations for CF and Neo. Okay, Neo is getting obsolete, and even gradually SAP is focusing more on the Kima side of it. Okay, so it's about how we are deploying our applications, okay, or whatever solutions we have built it, where we are deploying it, and how we are publishing it, the environments. Okay, so that are the types of SAP BTP: Neo, Cloud Foundry, ABAP, and Kima. Okay, and during your journey of the SAP Fiori training, right, you must have heard about this. So why do we? What is the difference between the Neo environment and the Cloud Foundry environment? Okay, Neo does have the productive usage also. Okay, because when SAP started with the HANA Cloud platform, okay, and even SAP Cloud platform, there are many customers or partners were using the Neo environment for the productive usage. So initially when HANA Cloud platform launched, it was only and only the Neo environment was present at that moment. Okay. Gradually, they feel they need to open up the environment for the Cloud Foundry, okay, so that even the non-SAP applications, okay, can also be deployed to the Cloud Foundry space. So basically, what is SAP BTP? So it that SAP BTP is a platform. It comprises of all the services. Okay, how many services we have? Okay, if you go to here, right, this is a discovery center. If you go to here, okay, 96 services is offered by SAP in a BTP. Okay, and when you see this portal, this is a SAP Discovery Center. Okay, and when you click on services, service catalog, okay, there are 96 services are there, which is being offered by SAP. And believe me, when you visit maybe quarterly, okay, there are few services will be gone and there are new services will be added. Okay, and not all the services are offered as a free, right? The free services are there. If you want to just click here, right? So all these free services will be listed down here. So out of 96, there are 60 services are free, okay, and rest 26 services are not free. SAP is not providing free of cost. Okay, you need to subscribe it. Okay, so and this is the always you will get the latest counts and whatever is there, all the services, the details of it. Okay, everything will be able to see it over here. So if you want to see something, right, let me check it out. I want to try it out, SAP IRP. Okay, so that service is free tier, but it is retiring soon. Okay, so do we have a different service with that one? This service is okay. The SAP BPA, it's a replacement of SAP IRP service. Okay, so we do have a free tier available for SAP BPA. Okay, and when I go to HANA Cloud, so this is a database as a service offered by SAP inside the BTP. So when I click on it, okay, so I can see, right, it's a free tier. I can check this service as a free of cost. Okay, free tier. And apart from that, I can also try to create a database instance in my trial account and I can try out something. So that is possible. Okay, and they do give for each and every services. Okay, likewise, SAP HANA Cloud Platform, single liner. Okay, and what is the overall about the SAP HANA Cloud as a database as a service, and just some snapshot of overall DB features what they are offering it. Okay, and they do offer, okay, the different architecture sometimes. Okay, it's not clickable. Yeah, and all the resources, tutorials, certificates, everything will be listed down here. So they are making it so simple. Okay, that anybody can check the service, what does it do, what are the learning materials, okay, what are the pricing of it, okay, and related mentions. Okay, what are the roadmap of it? What does this mean? SAP as a company, they are focusing on these are the tasks, okay, in the Q1 release, 2023, Q2 release 2023, and they are working on these things. This is a tentative snapshot. It may change without any notice. Okay, but yeah, this is what they would like to integrate in coming quarters as part of this feature, as part of this service. Okay, and these are the some of the customer stories what they have, we have it. Okay, so these are the customers who are using this service, and this is a snapshot of it. So everything at one place. Okay, coming back to the pricing, right? As we were discussing about the different regions, okay, and different cloud providers. Okay, so here we have AWS and Microsoft Azure. We have only two. Okay, but if I go to some other service, okay, here we do have a Google Cloud also. Okay, okay, and let me go to some other service. Let's see how many providers do we have. Okay, here also we have only three providers: AWS, Azure, and GCP. Okay, earlier we used to had the Alibaba also. Now it is not there. Okay, so they keep changing the environment. And what does this mean? This service, okay, is running on these platforms. Okay, these are the service providers, okay, on which they are supporting the data centers, okay, on which this service is being deployed. Okay, and when you check this out, right, let's say add the estimator. Okay, I need to click it over here. Okay, so I'll select AWS. Okay, so it cost here Australia AWS cost 24 euros, but when I go to Azure, here also both are same. Okay, and when I go to your Frankfurt, okay, so maybe it look like, for this particular service the cost is going to be same across across the part of it. Okay, but sometimes we get different costing even from the different providers. Okay, and yeah, for the different regions also we do tend to get this part. And why do we need the data centers? All these are the data centers, right, at the different locations. When you're saying this one, okay, we had one of the requirements from France or Germany, right? They okay, and we were implementing the solutions for the pharmaceutical company, and we had the patient details also. So that was the requirement from the it was a country specific requirement that we cannot store any kind of sensitive data, like patient data, maybe and other things, okay, outside the country database. So we have to select, okay, we have to select the specific data center, and we need to deploy our all the data over there. So in order to do that, we have to select the we need to create a new sub account and the space, right, and we need to deploy our HANA cloud instance in that sub accounts. We need to set up, configure, we need to create the tables, and we need to push all the data to that specific region data center only. Okay, not all the countries have those kind of requirement, but whenever do have a sensitive data, likewise patient data, and sometimes the financial are also very much sensitive data, right? So based on country's legal requirement, we need to follow that part. And okay, we have to select the data center accordingly, the region accordingly. Fine. Okay, so okay, my intention is we have all the services here listed here. Okay, and when you see all the services, right, so okay, I have filtered it, that is the reason. Okay, but yeah, if you select the data and analytics, okay, so these are the 13 services what we have. When you talk about the application and automations, okay, that by which you need to do some kind of development, right? So these are the services which we have it. Okay, so we have the web ID also, we have the SAP build applications also, uh, we have agentry, ABAP environment, everything is, it's purely from the development point of view. So as part of database and data management, okay, we do have data quality services, we do have master data governance, object store. Okay, when we say object store, it means, if we want to store any kind of documents, right, we can leverage the object store service. Okay, we do have data intelligence also. Okay. Anything which contains with the data, right, all these services are for developments which is being offered by SAP BTP out of the box. Okay, and as you know, clearly called out free tier and the paid services. Based on that, we can try to leverage. So when we talk about SAP BTP, right, all these are the pillars, okay, and all these are the main components, okay, which offers different components are offering different services, and SAP BTP is providing different services inside one platform, which can do the end-to-end, client, we can achieve the client business requirement of it. So database management, analytics, integration, extension capability into one platform, and we can, pre-built integrations is also there. Okay, so if you want to connect with the multiple on-premise systems, multiple SAP systems, if you want to connect with the multiple non-SAP systems also, we can make it happen. Okay, the connectors are already there, and for Fiori, as you are already aware of SAP Fiori, right? In that case, SAP is also providing the templates. Likewise, for Fiori, I will give you one more examples here. Okay, that SAP uh, build process automation is there. For SAP build process automation, SAP is giving, hundreds of bots, uh, pre-built bots available for the people to consume it. Okay, they do not have to build the bots. Okay, and if they want to extend the bots, extend the standard of it, you can open the bot, you can extend it, you can redeploy it. Okay, and you are ready to run. Okay, so SAP is also offering lot of pre-built content inside different services. Okay, by which the productivity, the development can be much more faster. Okay, and we can achieve the business functionality, okay, much faster. Okay, that is the idea of this one. So we already seen this part, right? So analytics, okay, augmented BI, we have collaborative planning, predictive analytics, data warehousing we can do. Okay, and database data management. What is data pipeline? So when we say data pipeline, right, here in these terms, okay, see, we have a data lakes, right? And what is data lakes? Okay, in a nutshell, we have, terabytes of data, petabytes of data, okay, and ideally, every time we cannot replicate the data, okay, and we can process on top of it, okay. So if I want to have data from one system, okay, I cannot pull all the data, and I need to join couple of more fields from the another table. Okay, I'll pull the data from that table, and I will again process it. It is much more, the processing power more, would be required much. And sometimes also, if we need to do such a large scale operations, okay, sometimes we need to replicate the data. But if you keep replicating the data of terabytes, petabytes, that is not suitable also, right? So what SAP is proposing, and even the other hyperscaler like, AWS, GCP, Azure also providing us the pipelines, okay, by which we can connect one system. Okay, we can pull the required data. Okay, we can connect with the other multiple systems, SAP, non-SAP systems, and we can also process on the data, and we can complete the actions. Okay, so we really do not need to do any kind of data replications. Okay, because if you do the data replications, and the source is getting changed, or there are some more entries, okay, your new destinations, the new data set would be obsolete. So instead of doing data replications, why don't, if we have the last set of data, okay, which we need to connect, okay, and we need to process, we need to transform the data in order to achieve our desired functionalities. Okay, we can use the data pipeline in real time. Okay, so that, in real time the data will be fetched, even if it is in a terabytes, petabytes data, okay, from one system, we can connect with the multiple other systems, we can process the data, we can transform the data, and we can get the output and we can display that output. So now coming back to the virtualizations, we have data governance, we have matrix data governance, storage processing, we have object store, we have a SAP HANA Cloud, we have connect management. Okay, so we have different kind of uh, connectors also, data orchestrations also. Guys, anybody tell me what is orchestrations? See, orchestration, data orchestration is very simplified term, right? It's automated process of taking the data from multiple locations, multiple systems, okay, combining, organizing, and we can, make it available for the analysis part of it, okay. So it can be a scheduled also, it can be a runtime also, we can make it happen, okay. It depends on, how what is the requirement we are having, okay. Coming back to the intelligent technologies, okay, we have data driven insights, we have SAP IRPA, okay, we have AI, we have IoT clouds and edge, right? If we go to here, okay, we click here AI, right? So these are the 11 services we have from SAP. Out of 11, 3 are getting obsolete. So we are having 8 services now, okay, and our these 8 services which we can try to leverage, and which they call it SAP BTP, call it as the AI services, and each one has a different kind of business angles to look at it, okay. The business entity recognitions, okay. So when you have unstructured text, okay, you can get it derived, okay. Out of this unstructured text, you can exactly get what are the entities, what you need to map it, and you can derive that, okay. So if I say, right, I want to, maybe I want to go to maybe some location, right, Tokyo or somewhere. So maybe when you try to task maybe unstructured text to that entity, it will also capture a couple of entities by default. If it is the data is there, or date is there, location is there, right, all these pre-built mapping of country, dates, everything is already been aligned to this one, okay. And when we say, right, document information extractions, okay, so you can upload the entire document and you can get the data out of the document. That is also possible, okay. So you can, if you have the tabular content inside the document, okay, so you can also get the table data out of your document which is in unstructured text, okay, and you can get your entire table from the document, you can extract and you can process on those data. That is possible, okay. Translation is as it's been simplified, right? So if you have multiple languages, okay, if you want to convert maybe English to German, German to French, maybe some other language, right, and maybe French to English, anything is translation hub will be able to do that, okay. So these are the 11 services which SAP tagged as a AI services under BTP part of it. Okay, and here we talk about the integrations with integration BPM, enterprise solution, and digital experience we have it. But let me also tell you, okay, the Neo was a proprietary of SAP, okay. It is getting decommissioned, and it was started when SAP started its cloud journey with the HANA Cloud platform in 2010. So earlier it was only a one environment. You create your applications, okay, Fiori applications and UF applications inside the HANA Cloud platform, and you have only one choice to deploy, which is the Neo environment. Okay, at that moment there was a not a Cloud Foundry was enabled at that moment. Okay, but later on SAP thought, right, SAP envisioned that probably they need to open up the landscape, the environment, so that Cloud Foundry, okay, if we have our code, okay, they called it bring your own language, okay. Likewise, we can deploy our Java code, we can deploy our uh, Node.js code, React, AngularJS code inside the Cloud Foundry. That is possible in Cloud Foundry, which was not possible in Neo environment, okay. And even these technologies, okay, and the coding inside the Java, Angular, React, Node, right, It can communicate with your OData service. It can communicate with your on-premise SAP on-premise systems, and it can fetch the data. It can consume the OData services, and it can give you the results. So that is also possible. So they are not only limiting to the SAP UI5 part of it, but if you have your own language, okay, and if customer would like to create something on Angular or React, yes, that is possible with the Cloud Foundry environment. And deployment is also very different. In Neo, it was very straightforward. Cloud Foundry, that is also straightforward, but slightly a different one. Okay, so this is the difference between Neo and Cloud Foundry. When we need to deploy our any kind of UI5 Fiori applications code, we had only one choice, which is the Neo environment. Okay, in ABAP environment, we can deploy only the ABAP code only. Okay, if you want to deploy our any kind of Fiori or UI5 code or Angular Node.js code inside the ABAP environment, that is not feasible. Even the ABAP code cannot be deployed in any other environment, because ABAP is very native language to the SAP. It can only be deployed to the ABAP environment if we need to do any kind of coding inside the BTP side of it. Here we have a lot of different regions. When we select any kind of, okay, I'll go one more time. Okay, I'll choose this one, business entity. Okay, I'll go to pricing for a moment. Okay, so these are the different regions we have under one of the provider. For AWS, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 regions are available. Okay, so all these are called as the region. And yeah, so SAP BTP, platform cockpit, okay, is the centralized locations by which you can access all the services. Okay, you can make it available for the developers also. Okay, now this is the general idea of SAP BTP. Okay, and the basic hierarchy of it. So we have SAP BTP. We need to have, okay, there will be only one global account, and within that we can have multiple directories, we can have multiple sub accounts, and even inside the directory we can have the sub accounts. Okay, and within the sub accounts we can have the region, and in that region, okay, all the services and applications tools, it is configured to that environment and the sub account part of it. Okay, and there can be only one global account by which we can do all kind of selection of the services, which we can procure it, we can make it available for the respective sub accounts. Okay, so platform users, they will have different types of accounts, and titles we will have it. We have different region, we have an environment. Okay, we have quotas. Okay, quotas we already seen it. We are having the services, applications, tools, and the business users. So SAP BTP offers, right, so fast in memory processing, sustainable agile solution, and services to integrate the data, extend applications, and fully embedded analytics intelligence technologies. Okay, so when we say all this, right, all these are available, the functionalities are available as one or other services inside the BTP. Okay, and when I talk about one of the part of it, we have a HANA Cloud, right, which is on cloud, the database as a service inside the BTP. So if you have your applications, Fiori applications, okay, deployed inside the BTP, and the data source is BTP HANA Cloud, which is also inside the cloud and on the same BTP platform. Okay, you do not have to reach out. Your application does not have to reach out to on-premise systems to get the data. Everything is available inside the cloud in one single platform. You can get the data, you can process the data, and you can also display the data inside your Fiori application. So the processing would be much more faster, right? And even the HANA database work as an in-memory processing, right? So when you create the procedures, stored procedures in HANA database, all the calculations will be happening inside the DB layer itself. It will not be happening inside the application layer. Okay, application layer or yeah, API layer. It is inside the DB layer. Okay, that is the concept for the HANA database. Okay, so overall executions, overall turnaround time for applications, right, it would be much more faster. Okay, and it's just one of the examples in memory processing. I took the example of the HANA cloud part of it. Okay, let's say if you have some scenarios, okay, for which you have to create some bots. Okay, so in order to have it, okay, SAP is offering pre-built bots. Okay, and even those bots are working inside the BTP platform. Your database is BTP. Okay, so your bot will take the data from your cloud platform, HANA cloud, which is on BTP. It will process the data. It will do certain actions. Maybe it has to trigger some emails. It has to validate something. If it has to find out certain issues inside the database, or maybe some kind of processes, right? And okay, it can create some kind of results for you, right? So everything inside the cloud. Okay, so each service is having a different purpose of it. Okay, everything at one centralized locations. Okay, and it can talk to each other. All the services talk to each other. And when I say talk to each other, means if you have Fury applications which is deployed to BTP, it can talk to HANA cloud. That is the way. Okay, not in a literal meaning of it. Fine. So yeah, so everything in one centralized location, the execution, the performance will be much faster. Okay. Yes, VBTP offers the fast inline processing, sustainable, agile solutions and services to integrate the data, extensions of applications, right? We can have the applications extended, fully embed the analytics and intelligence technologies with the help of services, and we can create the solutions, right? Services enabling, facilitating, and accelerate the development of business applications and other platform services on SAP BTP. So SAP services enabled and the facilitations can be done by the BTP admin or the person who has the access. And in order to accelerate the development of the business applications, we already have ample of templates available, pre-built content inside the each of the services, and we can speed up the operations so that development turnaround time could be faster. Okay. Now coming back to the regions, we already seen it. Okay, you can deploy applications to the different regions. Each region represents the geographical locations. Europe, US East. Okay, we have a lot of more also. Okay, this is a business entity. Okay, I will go to the maybe translations might have more. Let's see, not sure. Yeah, see, we have Australia, we have Europe, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, ROT dot. We have US East Coast, two regions. Okay, and we have West Coast, one region. Okay, and if I go to some different services, maybe this one probably. Okay, see here we have only three part of it. Okay, okay, so see here we have a lot of regions, right? We have Sydney, we have Brazil. Okay, and for each service provider, the cloud providers, right, hyperscaler, we have a different kind of region, and we do have GCP is also offering the India also now. Okay, so these all are the regions we have it. Okay, and regions are provided by SAP or infrastructure services of partners like AWS, Azure, GCP. Alibaba it was there, but now we see in most of the services Alibaba it is not there. Okay, it might be a couple of services are being offered or maybe done on the Alibaba possibly. And the third party regions provided by operate the infrastructure layer of the service where SAP operates the platform layer and the cloud foundry. Okay, and the region is chosen at the sub account level, right? And for each sub account you can exactly have one region. Okay. So if you want to utilize the multiple regions, you need to have a multiple sub accounts. And even in our general SAP landscape, we have a dev quality prod, or maybe dev quality and production. In that case, for each uh, landscape, we have a different sub accounts that is required. Okay, so we cannot have one sub accounts for dev inside that. Okay, one sub account in that we have a different multiple spaces for dev quality and prod. No, that is not going to happen here. It is not advisable. Coming back to the region, right? So guys, I hope we are following here. global account, sub accounts, we have regions and environments, quotas, and here we are talking about the region part of it. Okay, so in our region, okay, which is under our sub account, yeah, in our region we have applications, we do have services, right? We have seen the services. Okay, this, if you deploy these services for this part of it, it will be available only for this region. Okay, only for that sub account. So all the services will be enabled. Okay, it will be there, data will be there, environments will be there, and infrastructure will be there, right? Infrastructure can be SAP owned, it can be a third party also. Okay, now coming back to the environment part of it. So environment constitute the actual platform as a service offering SAP BTP that allows for the development administrator of business applications. Environments are anchored in SAP BTP at sub account level, right? So we already seen the environments here. Okay. Okay, sorry. When we say environments, we know the Cloud Foundry runtime part of it and the Neo part of it, and the Kima also, and ABAP environment also. So if you want to deploy your ABAP code, right, you must have ABAP environment, okay? And if you have maybe earlier Neo environment or the Cloud Foundry environment, so all your applications running inside the Cloud Foundry, it will use that space to deploy your services. Okay, your applications will be deployed. It will be accessible via some endpoints. Okay, and that is running inside the Cloud Foundry space of it. Okay, so Cloud Foundry environment, the Cloud Foundry environment enables you to develop the new business applications, business services, supporting multiple runtimes, programming language, libraries, and services. Okay, and we have ABAP environment, so it allows you to create the extensions of guys ABAP based products. Okay, it's clearly called out. Okay, such as S/4HANA Cloud, even develop the new cloud applications. You can transform the existing ABAP based custom code and the extensions to the cloud. What SAP is suggesting, okay, keep your core clean. Okay, so keep your on-premise system, whether it's ECC, S/4HANA, any versions. Okay, keep itself clean. Okay, whatever kind of new development you want to do it inside your BTP side of it. Okay, so when you do any kind of upgradations, migrations, right, on an old S/4HANA system to new S/4HANA systems, okay, there won't be any major impact because all your custom codes will be inside the BTP. You just upgrade your systems, okay, and you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, let me give you the examples of it. Okay, the why would you like to keep your core clean? Okay, see, if you want to create your Adobe applications, right, Adobe forms, okay, inside your on-premise systems, we have to install the components inside the on-premise systems. Okay, we have to enable it. Okay, we have to, and sometimes it may give some issues. Okay, and we need components to be upgraded also some certain times, right? But if you are using Adobe service in BTP, you do not have to implement or install any kind of your component inside your SAP on-premise system. That will help us, and how much time it will take, that just enabling the Adobe service, couple of minutes. Okay, you can give access and your development can be started. Installing the components inside the on-premise systems, and certain times when we install the components, right, it might conflict with some other features. Okay, so in that case, our existing process or maybe existing development, okay, it will be hampered. Okay, we need to understand what is happening, what is getting wrong, and we can uninstall it, we can try it out, we can install the new components, right? All these issues can be ignored. Okay, your core is clean, keep it's different. Okay, and use the BTP services to enable all kind of business features. Okay, and even for the custom code, what we used to do in ABAP systems, since over a couple of ages, right? Programs, reports, tables, okay, everything we can keep it inside the BTP. Okay, we can connect, your BTP can connect, talk to on-premise systems, can do the data flow to and from, okay, with the on-premise to BTP, and your everything BTP will contain all your custom logic, business logic. Okay, and it will keep your core clean. When I'm saying this one, I'm also saying that 100% keeping the core clean, it's not possible. Okay, it will go requirement by requirement. Okay, sometimes we need to extend the BAPIs or something, okay, which is you cannot do that inside the ABAP environment. So yeah, we talked about the Cloud Foundry environment. Okay, we talk about the ABAP environment, right? Yeah. So I'll move to the next part of it. Okay. So we have Kima environment, for which we have talked very much little. Okay. The Kima environment is fully managed Kubernetes runtime based, and that is going. It looks like SAP is going to replace Cloud Foundry with the Kima, right, in future. So Kima is going to be in the future runtime environment where we can deploy our codes, the Fiori applications and everything, and we can take it forward. Okay, and it has the all Cloud Foundry and the Kima are based on the contrast microservices which we can deploy it. Okay, and Kima is giving us much more flexibility in terms of deployment part of it. Okay, and as we talk about the new environment, right, it will help us to develop HTML, Java. Java, I'm sorry, probably there's something wrong. Okay, but yeah, HTML. Why? Because UI5 libraries. Okay, what we have discussed, the Fiori part of it, the Fiori uses the UI5 library. Okay, and UI5 is the base for the HTML5 itself. Okay, so in a nutshell, both are same. Okay, HTML5 and the UI5 both are same, and it will help us to develop the HTML5 applications, UI5 Fiori, and even the SAP HANA extended microservices. Okay, application services which we can build. Okay, earlier when we talk about the new environment, so it means we are talking about the period of 2010 to 2015-16. Okay, so at that moment we already had the HANA database inside the new environment. Okay, but how can we leverage the data residing in HANA, okay, inside our applications? Okay, and even HANA database, okay, we can build the applications directly on HANA database. Okay, so we were having the we can create the services from the SAP HANA. Okay, and we can try to leverage those services inside the Fiori applications. Okay, so you can also use the UI development toolkit for HTML5 to develop the rich user interface. So what are the UI development toolkits we have if we need to create any kind of applications, the front end applications? Yeah, we have Web IDE. Yeah, we have a Business Application Studio, and earlier we did not have a Web IDE. Okay, at that moment we had the HANA Studio, which is similar to Eclipse. Okay, in which we used to create the Fiori applications. Okay, so HANA Studio was the first editor. Then it was Web IDE came. Web IDE multiple versions came. Okay, with the slight naming difference. Then we had the Business Application Studio, and now we are having the SAP Build applications also. Okay, SAP Build has some more concepts as well, and we are not going to cover that part. Okay, but these are the UI5 front end development frameworks what we have, editors what we have, in which we can develop the rich user interfaces. Enterprise and trial account, this you are quite pretty comfortable with that one. Okay, trial account, okay, lets you try out the platform for free. Okay, it is used for to create some small POCs, or it is just for developers to try out some scenarios, okay, to learn something. Okay, the enterprise account is usually associated with the SAP customers and the partners. Okay, this is open to everybody. This is a purchase entitlement, you have to purchase it. And okay, as we discussed, right, it's the personal explorations, personal learning, not for production usage, and the team development. Okay, and it groups together with the different sub accounts that administrator make available for the deploying applications. Okay, so when we talk about the enterprise account, right, why talk about the different sub accounts? Because see, if you have one company, TCS has multiple clients. Okay, and TCS has a presence inside the multiple geography, right? So it might be possible that we have one. Okay, we have in TCS there is only one SAP BTP account is there globally. Okay, but based on region or maybe based on verticals, they might have splitted different sub accounts. Okay, and they might, each sub accounts may have different spaces also. Okay, guys, are you getting me? How even client can segregate, how client can understand how to create sub account and the spaces. sub account and the region are directly linked. Okay, so it might be possible. Okay, being a third person, I'm not sure what is your BTP hierarchy, okay, in TCS, but based on region or maybe based on verticals, right? We have finance vertical, we have sales vertical, or maybe we have manufacturing vertical, right? So in that case, for each different verticals, we may have different sub accounts so that people can try it out by themselves. And even for customers, like let's say we have Apple, right? Apple is also using the BTP heavily. Okay, so even in that case, Apple has a presence of various geography for manufacturing, for their vendors, for them OEMs. Okay, and not only for one person. Okay, manufacturing is one part. Okay, but even the procuring of the spare parts. Okay, and even the sales part of it. Okay, so they might have different sub accounts based on this kind of possibilities. Okay, so this is how we can create the directories. This is how we can create the different kind of sub accounts, and we can create the spaces, and we can entitle, we can have the services enabled for each of the sub accounts level. Okay, I'll take up next part. Okay, so when we say commercial models, right? Okay, so there are two possibilities. Okay, you want to go ahead with the consumption based, or you want to go ahead with the subscription based. Okay, and how will you decide? Okay, here we have, okay, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, so here pay as you go, and we have, okay, pay as you go means it's a consumption based. Okay, pay as you go, it means whatever you consume, and this is subscription based. Okay, so by here you can select the service, you can check it out, right? What it is, a consumption based commercial model, and this is a subscription based commercial model. Okay, and based on scenario, based on number of users, right? And we can differentiate which model will be suitable for ourselves, for our customer, what kind of consulting we need to do. Okay, and here if you would like to change the currency, okay, currency can also be changed, and we can check it out. Okay, so this is possible. So now we are talking about the global account and sub account, right? So global account, for each account. Okay, if we have maybe TCS as a company, or maybe Infosys as a company, or maybe Apple as a company, or maybe Microsoft as a company, each company will have only one global account. They will have only one account with the for SAP BTP with SAP. Okay, and that account, and in that we can create the multiple sub accounts. That is the general structure we have. Okay, and we can create as many sub accounts as we want to have it. Okay, we can segregate based on verticals, based on geography. Let's say TCS America is very different. Okay, TCS Australia is very different. TCS Japan is different. In that case, we can create a different sub accounts for them, and we can create the directories for them. Okay, and inside the directories also we can create the sub accounts. Okay, and we can make it happen. Okay, and inside sub accounts, we can add the users, we can subscribe the services, and we can give access to those users. Okay, for those services, so that users can leverage the development, or leverage the services to start the business functionality. Fine. Okay, so as I said earlier, right, one global account. Okay, sub account, we can create it, we can create the directory, and in that directory we can have a multiple directories. Okay, we can create the directories here also, and we can create the sub accounts also, so that is possible. Fine. Okay, so this is what we have, entitlements and quotas. Okay, so when you purchase the enterprise accounts, you are entitled to use a specific set of resources. Okay, and when you are purchasing it, okay, at that agreement, right, we can select what kind of services, what we need to have, what kind of and quotas we need to have it, right? I need 2 instances of HANA database, I need 5 instances of HANA database, I need business application studio or web id for my 100 users, maybe 1000 users. Okay, so we can try to get multiple instances of the service based on our needs. Okay, and we can ask SAP to enable it. Okay, and it is your right to provision and consume the resources. Other words, entitlements are the service plans that you are entitled to use. Okay, so if you have chosen maybe 5 instances of HANA database, okay, and you are only using 2 instances, it means you still need to pay for other 3 also if you are not using it. Okay, and the quota represents the numerical quantities that defines the maximum allowed consumptions of a resource. Okay, so um, for certain services we have the quotas also. Okay, so limitations of maybe 1,000 transactions some things. Okay, and if you cross that limit, okay, even for BPA we have it. Okay, so if you there is some certain numbers. Okay, let's just try to see that part, it would be more clear. Okay, did you see this? Even for I choose the subscription model. Okay, there's a limit of 1,000 per okay, and these are the active users. Okay, so if you have more active users, there are a lot of things here. Okay, i'll i'll, I'll try to be simplify here. Okay, so attended one. Okay, yeah, this is pretty clear, this would be easy for us to understand. Yeah, well, okay, yeah. So when you have unattended bot, okay, it means you have one job is running, okay, and there are in pipeline there are 5 other jobs are there. Okay, it will execute one after another. Okay, so that is the one quantity. But if you have multiple connections or multiple parallel sessions to be executed, in that case we need to have multiple unattended. And if you want to have multiple unattended connections, you need to buy more than one instance of unattended automations, so that multiple concurrent job executions can be run in parallel. Okay, this is about one simple example. Even for SAP translations we will have something. Yeah, so okay, so what does it says, right? If you process this many number of characters, this is the costing. Okay, so there is some limit of it. Okay, so for each service, different types of consumption limit is been defined. Okay, and if we cross that one, okay, the another instance, sometimes it will be by default, it will be coming. Okay, and the charges will be applied. And so we need to choose our entitlements, the quota properly. Maybe I will hand it over to another trainer, which is Yamini. Yamini.
Hi, Chintan. Okay. So, hi all. My name is Yamini, and I'll be continuing with this. Okay. So now, when we have this user and the member management, it is kind of an administrative perspective of your BTP environment. Okay, now when we have this users and member management, it is referring to the people that are present into it. Now we have the platform users and the business users. Okay, whenever the resources are assigned to you, there are two perspectives. So the platform users are a kind of a admin people, and when you refer to the business users, they are referring to the people who would be using the resources inside it. Okay, now when we have seen this above diagram, can you just scroll it above, Chintan, onto the global account section? Yes, okay, over here, just over here. Okay, now whenever a global account is referred, it is referring to the agreement that you have it with your company, and then the one which you have it with your SAP. Now SAP has given you this resource. Okay, they call it as a platform. This platform has been given to you, and into this platform you would have resources available at the sub account level, and inside sub account level you would be having it further drill down. Okay, so inside the sub accounts you would be having, Chintan, can you just scroll it down here? Okay, now inside each of that you would have, under each of your sub accounts you would be having some of the services, some of the entitlements, some of the quotas, and all those things. Okay, now whenever you have a region, it is referring to either of your data centers, or it is either referring to some of the resources that are available. Now when you have been onto the discovery center, there you see that some resources are available onto some specific regions. right? Now, when you are referring to certain regions, they are referring to the resources that are available. For example, let's say that I am into a certain region. Let's say I am into Australia and you are into India. Now, it is not necessary that the service that you have in India is also available into Australia as a region. So that time what we have is, we have some of the channels which will connect to those resources. That time the data centers or the hyperscalers come in picture. Chindan, can you move on to the discovery center, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, here the translation hub is a kind of a service. Okay, now if you have this as a service, Chintan, can you just scroll it down? See, here it is available onto just two hyperscalers. It is referring to the AWS, but what it is referring to, it is referring to the only European region, and one is where into the US. Now, if you are a person who is onto some other region, let's say you are into the Singapore or you are into some Asia Pacific region, that time a translation hub is not available for you. Okay, this is one of the service. Now, anything that you have into your BTP environment is always available in the form of a service. Everything that you see is always entitled onto some entitlements and quotas. Let's say I have a account. Okay, I have a postpaid account and I have a prepaid account. Now, for me, Chintan, can you just go to the overview section, please? Overview into the discovery center. Just pricing. Can you just move on to that? Okay, here. Okay, now it refers to CPEA and pay as you go. Now, when Chintan was going on to the consumption and the subscription model, it is referring to the consumption and it is referring to the subscription as well. Let's say I am a Netflix user. Okay, I have purchased a subscription for a month. Okay, and there is one way where I go for a subscription onto a year. So for me, the resources are available for a year, whether I use it or whether I don't use it, it is up to me. Then when I am going it for an annual subscription, I am entitled to use it for a year. But if I go it via subscription, every month there is a charge. So now it purely depends on to your need whether you want to go on to your subscription for that particular year, or whether you want to go on to the monthly basis, that is pay as you go. If you are willing to pay it for this month, the next month you might not be interested in using that service. So what you do, you go with the subscription. When you need it, you use that service. That is your subscription model. When you go with your consumption model, that time it is referring to that even though you use it for an annual year, whether you use it or you don't use it, it is up to you. Okay, so that is your subscription and the one is your consumption model. Till here, is it clear for you what is the subscription and what is the consumption? Okay, now when you go with your platform user, you are on to your admin perspective where you are allowed to deploy the services, troubleshoot some of the services. Here into your platform user also, you would be having different roles, whether it is a DB admin, whether it is a user admin. Let's take a generic scenario where you are a business user. Let's say I am having a GUI logon. Okay, now for me to develop any of the objects into my SAP, I need to have a developer role. Okay, so let's say I need to have a developer role if I am creating an object. Now if I am missing out onto that development as a role, so who do I request to? So what does the role restrict you for? It basically restricts you onto the accessibility of the data, whether of the any of the resources that are available, right? So into your GUI, you call them as the roles. Here you would be calling them as a service, which is entitled onto your sub account level. Okay, and a business user is someone who would be utilizing those in the form of the applications, into the form of the services which they have subscribed to. This is basically an admin perspective. Okay, someone who is taking care of the IS and IPS systems. Okay, so here we have it. Platform user are usually developers, administrators, or operators who deploy, administer, or troubleshoot the application and services onto the BTP. Okay, so everything that you have it will depend purely onto the users that you are as a working. Okay, whether it be a admin or whether be it a business user. Okay, so the business users use the applications that are deployed onto the BTP. Okay, now when I say the BTP, it has a perspective where you have things onto your, okay, here. Okay, now when you are onto your BTP, what is the BTP enabling you? BTP is giving you the database and the data management. So for this, what is the role? What is the user? A DB admin is a user. Okay, now if someone is working onto the analytical side, he is referring to the HANA and analytics perspective. Okay, application and development, a business user comes under this role. Okay, where he will be taking care of the applications or the tools or the services that are required for the application development. Now, when I say about the intelligent technologies, it is referring to the automation of your enterprises. Okay. Now, basically, a BTP is a kind of an environment which is referring, or it is a kind of a platform which refers to the intelligent enterprises. Okay, so whenever you go with your BTP, this is a technological stack that is available onto the BTP platform. Now, depending onto the role which you are working on, it will have the admin perspective, it will have the business user. Okay, so this is a technological stack that is available onto your business technology platform. So we would be just focusing on to the application development and the integration. When I say about the integration, I am referring to the SAP and non-SAP systems also. Okay, now when I say about the integration, it is from your SAP. Let's say it's Success Factor is one of the system, Ariba is one of the system. So those system can also be integrated into your business technology platforms. Okay, now when I say the application development side, that time I am referring to the systems which can connect to your databases also. Okay, so it depends on to you what kind of an environment or the landscape that you are setting up for the consumption of the resources that you are availing. Okay, now when we have this user management, user management refers to the managing authentication and authorization for your business user. This is only done for your deployed applications. Okay, now I have a question over here. What is the difference between the authentication and the authorization? Let's say I'm just taking a normal example of your Gmail. Okay, I want to send a mail to someone who is an existing user of a Gmail. So what would I need? Would I need a authentication or would I need a authorization? So first
Correct,
thing
correct.
is that you need to be a Gmail user. Okay, let's say not only a Gmail user, any user who is authorized to send a mail. Okay, you can send a mail to your Gmail user also from your Outlook, right? You can have a cross sending of your mails. That is why you have this authorization. You are authorized, but until and unless you authenticate yourself as an existing user who is authorized to send a mail, you cannot send a mail. This is a normal generic scenario. It's not even in just the Gmail, it's not even just in your Outlooks, it's with everywhere. Okay, for example, if I want to send a mail to someone, I have to first authenticate myself onto that portal. The second user I am sending a mail should be a person who can receive the mail, right? So the authorization is a kind of a check which exists for a person either to send or receive a mail. Okay, are we clear with the user management perspective? But now how does this user management works into this? BTP. This user management works through a concept of IAS and IPS, okay, which is an identity provider. It could be your SAP, or it could be a third party also, which we can integrate into our existing BTP environments also for the authentication of our users to be authenticated. Okay, so that is about your user management. Okay, now the tools, the programming languages, the cloud application programming model. Now, when I say about the tools, what does the tool refers to? SAP BTP includes many tools to help you with the develop and manage applications and connect them to your on-prem systems. Okay. Now, it could be an on-prem system or it could be a cloud systems also. Now, first thing is, what is a tool? Okay. So the tool is a kind of a environment which will help you to develop some of the applications. It could be a monitoring of your application, it could be your development, it could be your enhancement, or it could refer to anything that will help you with your developments. Okay, so there are a lot of tools which we have. There are existing tools. Let's say we have SAP GUI, we have Eclipse. Okay, these are some of the tools which SAP is using already. But when we go with the SAP BTP, the tools which are provided by your uh, BTP for your development is a business application studio, which we are going to cover into the next session. Okay, so one of the prominent tools that we have for your multiple developments is a business application studio. This is one of the prominent tools that we have it for your BTP. Okay, the programming languages, SAP BTP supports many different programming languages. The availability of each depends onto the development environment you're using. Okay, when I am saying that the programming languages, your environments, okay, we had the Neo environment, we had the Kima environment, we have the Cloud Foundry, we have the ABAP environments. Okay, depending on to the environment which you want to use, you would be having the programming languages enabled for you. Okay, so we have one more language, we have one more model called as a cloud application programming model. The cloud application programming model offers a consistent end-to-end programming model that include libraries, languages, and API that are tailored for the full stack development onto the SAP BTP. Okay, so the cloud, we refer this cloud application programming model as a CAPM. Okay, we are referring this as a CAPM. Now, what does the CAPM provides you? CAPM provides you with a full stack development. Now, when I am saying that it's a full stack development. Now, whenever we have a full stack development, it is into the three parts. One is a UI, one is a DB, and one is your interface. Now, when I say a DB, okay, if you see your BTP technical stack, we had a database management vertical also. In this data management vertical, I'm referring to the systems which exist. Okay, now this systems could be SAP HANA cloud systems, it could be a system called as a ECC which we are connecting via integration. Okay, or this could be any of the system which is having a data connected to it. Okay, now when I'm referring to the UI perspective of it, it could be referring to your application which is made into your UI5. It could be a application which is made using a wizard called as a Fury elements. Okay, or it could be bring your own tool. Okay, when I say your bring own tool, even though the support is limited, you can have your Angular JS, you can have your React, you can have your Vue, which is referred as VUE. So these are some of the kind of the interfaces that are available, but they are under your bring your own tools. Okay, now when I'm saying this full stack environment, this three has to come in picture. Okay, so your packaging would be done under your cloud application programming, where you have your user interface, you would be having your DB, and you would be having your database layers also. Okay, so the tools, programming models, programming language, and the API. Okay, now CI/CD, the continuous integration and the delivery. Depending on your use case, you can choose between different offerings for your continuous integration and delivery. Okay, now when I say the continuous integration and delivery, we earlier used to have the systems into the form of your, let's say, if you have already worked on to some of your support projects, if a change request comes in, what is that you do you go with that new development overriding your existing development, or you keep the existing features, along with that you bring in the change request that has been requested? What is that you do you override your existing development, go with the new, and just ignore the features which are there? Like, how is the development environment that you follow? So in that case, what you do, will you take a change request from a client and then do the development, or you take the change request, do the changes, and then just deploy that? How is it? Okay, so you are doing a continuous integration and delivery. Okay, let me take a
Yeah.
normal example which we use it. Okay, let's say today WhatsApp is including one of the feature which is called as a group calling. Now, will they override the existing feature of the calling? They will not, right? Similarly, whenever there is a integration of a new component into your existing component, you are not overriding the existing feature but enhancing it. That is what we call it as a continuous integration and delivery, where new features keep on adding, but along with that you are retaining your old features, which is nowhere hampering your existing developments. Okay, so this feature, continuous integration and delivery, is enabled to us via a tool called as a Git, which is by default available into your business application studio, which is one of the tool. Okay, so your continuous integration and delivery will be taken care of with the help of a tool called as a Git. Okay, so the APIs, discover and consume APIs to manage, build, and extend the core capabilities of SAP BTPs. Okay, now when I am saying the APIs, it is referring to application programming interface. Okay, now for example, let's say I want to take up some module. Okay, and I am working on to a module called as a sales. Now, when I am referring to a module called as a sales, what is the basic thing that you will have related to your sales? Can I just say, for example, that sales order or sales order ID is something that I need? Okay. Now, if I am an employee of some organization, what is that I need? I need
So
an employee ID, right? If I am an employee of any organization, I would need an employee ID. Now, what is SAP offering with this term called as API? We have a tool called as a API hub. Okay. Now, instead of moving it, or instead of creating from a scratch, sap SAP has come up with a thing called as a API hub. Okay, now in this API hub, depending on to the landscape that you have opted, the module that you have enabled, or any kind of a services that you have procured, or any kind of a agreement that you have with SAP will enable you with a predefined set. They call it as a API. Okay, now for example, okay, now here I wanted to go with the sales. Now what kind of a sales I want to go with? Okay, so everything which is related to the sales would be present over here. Now what is that sales will give me? Okay, now what is that SAP is giving me? SAP has given me a sales order. Okay, sales orders. What does it says? Record sales interaction around the quotes and the orders. Okay, now if I am creating it from a scratch, I need to take everything. Okay, but what SAP has given me, basically a BTP. Okay, what it has given me, it will give me a API reference where I can see how is the data available and what kind of a schema is required for me. Can you just go with the check schema view, Chintan, please? Onto the introduction. Yeah. Okay. Now, what is that I need? Okay. What type of a data I need, whether I need a string, whether I need an information cycle, the buyer ID, invoices. This is my customer order schema. If you go scroll down, Chintan. Okay, for create, for update, for the customer order item, these are all the kinds of a schema that is already available. Now what I have to do is I have to connect this schema. For me, if my integration, okay, if my integration vertical is present for me, what I can do is I can avail this API hub into my BTP using the connector, make the data available from the database and use the schema. All I have to do is put these three things in place and make a workaround to get the existing schema. So this is what is called as the APIs. Okay, so this is where I don't have to put in lot of efforts for defining my own schema, defining my limitations, or let's say defining the data types or all kinds of requirements for from the DB perspective. But what I can do is I can use the API hub in order to put the things in place and utilize it. It will lessen my efforts to create a schema and the definitions. Okay. Yeah. So this is where we have the APIs in place. Sometimes this APIs are not only referring to the API hub schemas, APIs could also be referring to the any kind of a third party integrations also. Okay, for example, let's say I want to have a Google Maps integrated in my application. So what we have, I have a API. Okay, let's say Google Map API. That API can also be bought under my umbrella of a BTP via the integration. Okay, so this is where your APIs come in picture. Now the cloud management tool feature set overview. Cloud management tool represents the group of the technologies designed for managing SAP BTP. This cloud management tools refers to your IS and IPS. Okay, now when I say IS and IPS, this is a kind of a identity provider management system. For example, let's say if I am logging, okay, for example, let's say I'm logging into the TCS system. How do I do it? You all must be having the TCS systems, right? So how do you log into your systems? They would have provided you with your email IDs with the domain name as @tcs.com, right? Do you do that or not? So @tcs.com is a kind of a domain that exists onto some of the cloud management tools. Now when I'm saying the cloud management tool, it could refer to your AD or the Azure directories where you are already authenticated. Like once you log in with your system, what it is doing, it is identifying you as a user, you as an authenticated user, to log into that particular system via your valid credentials. Now once you have that, what you will do, you'll be able to use the Outlook, you'll be able to use some of the services, some of the portals that are available for TCS as an organization. So how it is managed, it is managed by a cloud management tools. Okay, so we have the hyperscalers in picture. Okay, so whether you are coming from your success factors as a system, whether you are coming from your Azure as a system, or whether you're coming from AWS as a user, you will still be able to authenticate yourself. And how is that taken care of? That is taken care by your cloud management tools. Okay, so we have admins who will be taking care of. Okay, so the prerequisites and the restriction, can you just go down, Chintan? Yeah. Okay, now we have already seen this BTP account structure. Okay, now when I say the BTP account structure, it is purely onto the agreements that you have with SAP as an organization and TCS as an organization. Okay, for example, let's say today I have a subscription of a Netflix. Okay, so for a user, you as a user, you are available to use the subscription for a month. Okay, whenever you make a purchase of a subscription that says 30 days, okay, that 30 days is a kind of a agreement that you have with Netflix after the after the payment of 199 or 299, whatever the amount is there. So that is a kind of a agreement that you have. Okay, now whenever there is an agreement, if they stop your service, okay, let's say I have passed 10 days and they stop the service. Now after stopping the service for me, if I'm using it just for 10 days, I still have the right to get the services for the next 20 days. That's what we call it as an agreement. I stand by. Okay, so that is a kind of a agreement that every organization will have with SAP when they are using the business technology platform, depending on to the models that they have opted for. Chintan, can you go to the Discovery Center, please? Okay, now whether it is a CPEA, okay, here the enterprise agreement, whether you are onto the subscription model, whether you are onto your consumption model, whether you are onto pay as you go, these are referring to the agreements, or they are referring to the types of models that you are that you have opted for. Okay, so you are entitled for that duration, you are enabled for that duration. Okay, if in it between they stop is or whatever the agreement that they have, they can just go and opt for that kind of a services. Okay, so depending on to the enterprise or your trial account, you will be having the agreement and the usage. Okay, whenever you go with the trial account, you have a duration of a 90 days. Okay, earlier it was 365 days as an exploration runtime, sorry, the exploration time frame that you had earlier was for the 365 days. Now it is up to 90 days. For a duration of 90 days, you can use some of the services that are available. Okay, onto the trial environment, we would be having some of the limitations, but when you go with the enterprise account, you will be only using the services that your organization has opted for. The SAP BTP global account is the highest level of account management and can be of a type enterprise or the trial. Okay, so the enterprise or the trial is referring to the agreement that you have. Okay, so the legal terms are there when you use this. The trial account allows you to try many of the SAP XAAS for free, whereas an enterprise account is associated with the customer or the partner and is the level at which resources services can be purchased. Now, if you want to know about what kind of a services that you are entitled with, or what kind of a exploration extent that you have, you can always switch back to the Discovery Center and search for it. I think Swapnil has a question.
Okay.
Swapnil, you can unmute yourself.
Sorry, I mean, not a question pertaining to what you're informing us about. I just wanted to know how much longer will this session continue? The reason is we'll be
I know,
starting the
you know,
project work. So
yeah, yeah. I know we are overshoot by 11 minutes. Okay,
yeah.
and we just today started a bit late, so we stretched it. Probably we'll continue with tomorrow. Maybe this is the last slide what we are covering today. So, okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, because I would not like to miss anything. It's a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
session.
definitely, and yeah, thank you. So okay, I'll take up this one. Okay, so we have services and they're deployed at the space level. Okay, and when we go to a Discovery Center, when you check it out, all the free and free tier services, all these services are free or freely available, and that's what it means. That trial account allows you to try out many of the services, infrastructure as a services for free, but enterprise can be account is associated with the customer or partner, and level with the resource and service can be purchased. Okay, so there's a difference between always free. Free means free for everything, and free tier means if you have a official account with the SAP partner, and so these are the services you can get it free on your TCS account, okay, freely available, but not on your trial account. Okay, so there is a slight difference between here, but which we can try it out. If we can get the TCS access, okay, a TCS BTP access from the TCS side of it, and these are the services, the free tier we can available free of cost. Okay, yeah. So maybe for today, probably we'll stop it here. If you have any questions, maybe we'll wait for a minute and probably we'll close the sessions.
Chintan, I would like to add something onto here.
Yeah, yeah.
See, for your personal exploration, I would suggest you to go with your Gmail IDs, because your corporate IDs might be connected to some of your S user. You know, they could be entitled to your client IDs. They could be using. So for your personal exploration, I would say that you could go with your Gmail accounts. That's one of the suggestion I would say.
Whatever we can do it or with the personal accounts, we can try it out, and something is required, we can always get back to the company and we can request them, because of this scenario I would like to try this out, and maybe company will allow depending on the scenario, and the access can be taken forward.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a service offered by SAP BTP? Option A, SAP HANA Cloud. Option B, SAP Integration Suite. Option C, SAP S4HANA. Option D, SAP Mobile Services. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become a master of SAP BTP? Our comprehensive course is here to help you achieve that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all the ins and outs of SAP BTP, a powerful integration and extension platform for the intelligent enterprise. It's a game changer for building and extending applications, automating processes, and integrating data and systems. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you have a solid understanding of SAP BTP's capabilities. It's designed and delivered by industry experts who have extensive experience working with SAP BTP. Your instructors are seasoned professionals who have been in the trenches, and they're here to share their knowledge and insights with you. They'll guide you through the course material and answer any questions you might have along the way. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course, and their success stories speak volumes about its effectiveness. Best of all, this opportunity to gain valuable skills and knowledge is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to everyone who wants to enhance their SAP BTP expertise. Ready to take your career to new heights? Sign up for our SAP BTP course today. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So this is the regions what we have, right? So we'll go inside the system now. Okay, and so this is a system we have. This is a global account, this is a sub account what we have it. Okay, we are going to create a new sub accounts. Okay, maybe I go a little faster, I'll cancel this. Okay, did you see sub account and directory, right? Okay, fine. I'm creating the, okay, let's say create a directory. Okay, okay. So these are all the regions are available, by SAP itself, okay, and along with the third-party infrastructure services. Guys, so what should be my thought process to select the region? So before blindly create the sub accounts, we need to verify what are the services do we need for our project. Okay, we need to check it out all the services, and we need to find the common region first. Okay, and once we have the, let's say, we have a common region, Australia we have it, US East Coast we have it, and Europe Frankfurt we have it. Okay, if let's try to finalize the regions first. Okay, and once we finalize the regions, okay, then only we can choose what regions is nearby and where we can target it. we cannot blindly select, right? See, I'm sitting in India, I would always prefer India, okay? But if there are no services available, it is not going to helpful to us, okay? You will not be able to subscribe the service itself, okay? So just for here, I'm just trying to create a India region, okay? Okay, so basically we cannot change this region inside the sub account later point of time, because when you are trying to create it, it is going to be created in that specific service provider. It means GCP inside specific region inside the India. Okay, so that data center is being used over here. So we cannot, auto edit it. We can delete it. We can create a new one. Okay, we can transport our objects. Okay, maybe it's a DB objects or maybe CAPM services. We can migrate it. Okay, and we can try to leverage the new sub account. Okay, so this is what we have for the regions part of it and the sub accounts part of it, right? So point of presence, service provisioning, architecture tailored to meet the data, technical and governance requirements, right? Why do we need government requirements, guys? We know that. So based on the region you select, you will be able to create your database instance over there, right? I'm just giving examples for the database part of it, and whatever database in that region we have it, you will be able to store the data. Okay, so government requirement, right? Your data should be this country data should be lies within the country itself. Okay, why architecture is tailored to make the data technical, right? If your functionalities are not covering all the services, you may have to select proper region. So point of presence for service provisioning. Okay. Technically independence accounts, right? So if you create one account, two accounts, right? Just like we created one in US, one in India, Azure and GCP. Okay, both are completely independent. Yeah, both are completely independent, right? Even the geography is different, providers is different, and we can have this kind of sub accounts also, and everything go based on the requirement what we have. Technically independent accounts with number of sharing users, applications, authorizations, and can be managed using the directories and quotas. Quotas we already checked out, right? So if I need to use any of the services inside one, okay, this is a proper account. I don't want to use any of the services, otherwise it would be a charging to this particular account. Okay, so I'm just trying to showcase you that we can enable the services. Okay, let me go to one of the services. I'll go here. Okay, here so I'm inside the sub account. Okay, and when I see sub account, right? So okay, so business application studio is there. Okay, and the cloud foundry runtime environment is there. These two are there, environment and subscriptions of services. Okay, and when I go here, all these services are available here. Okay, which I can try to use it, and I've okay, and okay, let me just try to create. Okay, so when we are trying to create, here we have three options, right? And here we can put something and we can create a new instance. So if that service is available free of cost, right, this will be always there, right, as you are seeing in the system. And let me just try to open some different service. Maybe this is the one, not sure whether it's a free. Yeah, it's a free only. Okay, what we can use, I think this does not have, yeah, see, this does not have any kind of free part of it. Okay, I understand that enabling this service might result in cost depending on the plan selected. See the service catalog. Okay, so once you can create it, okay, but you need to make sure whatever you will be able to create, it will be directly charging to this BTP account by SAP to this company. Got it? So yes, this is how we can enable the services. Okay, and Yeah, that's all. Right? So directories, quotas, and useful of separating the environments and logical work packages, right? So we discussed about this part also, that based on geography or verticals, right, the industries, if we need to segregate it, we can have the different sub accounts, we can have the different directories, and within the directories also we can have sub accounts. We cannot have directory inside the sub account. Okay, so that is also clear. Okay, I would like to add some more points here. Okay, see, microservices, so whatever, in most of people have, above background, okay, maybe who are having SAP experience. Okay? So in that case, uh, okay, so in that case, the people who have above background, right, we always create the subroutines, right, and we create the different function modules, or maybe we try to segregate the codes and try to reutilize the existing codes whenever we need it. So we are just trying to segregate it. And the reason for segregation is we are just trying to break our code in a logical grouping, okay, so that if it is going to be utilized, we can do use the same concept. Okay, same way in cloud we have a concept of microservices. Okay, and in microservices, right, we can create the multiple CAPM services, we can deploy the Java services. Okay, if they can talk to each other, we can have our applications also deployed as a Fiori application is deployed as a service part of it. Okay, so we are doing a lot of uh, different breakup of uh, services. Okay, Fiori service, CAPM service, we can deploy it. And within the CAPM also, right, see, we create one project, okay, and we have 10 to 15 different kind of services which we are creating it. Okay, and that service have a different kind of roles. Okay, let me tell you that one service, okay, we are creating, which is connecting with the DocuSign. Okay, DocuSign is a digital signature framework what we have. Okay, third party system framework we have. So in that case, okay, if I create that service, I can utilize that service across the board. Okay, not only in my project. Okay, maybe other projects can also try to leverage the same kind of microservices. Okay, so it is also reusable purpose. Okay, we can have the multiple microservices, they can talk to each other, and even the third project or maybe some other project would like to use it, they can also use it. Okay, so that is the microservices concept. What? Yeah, this concept was not there in a neo part of it. Okay, you deploy entire your applications, it will be running. Okay, but starting from Cloud Foundry, that is possible. Okay, that microservices, we can break our services into multiple structure, we can deploy it separately. Okay, and we can take it forward. I'll give you one more example here. Okay, somebody was having experience on probably SAP CPI or PIPO. Okay, so we can create couple of services inside the BTP. Okay, we can deploy the services as a REST services okay, and we can deploy inside the Cloud Foundry runtime space. Okay, and whenever some data is coming, okay, from to CPI, okay, they can call these are the services, okay, across the project. Okay, and they can leverage that service to complete that task. This is also possible, right? So it is not only that if you are going to create maybe some Fiori applications or maybe some kind of CAPM applications, right, only during that time we need to have the space would be required or microservices concept would be required. No, it is not like that. Okay, if we need to have connection with the multiple third parties, so anywhere we can break up our logical functionality into small pieces. Okay, and that pieces, the small business functionality, it can be deployed as a service. Okay, and each CAPM service within the same space, they can talk to each other, we can call it out, and we can complete our actions. Okay, fine. So this is what we already discussed about it. So we have SAP BTP, okay, as a multi-cloud platform deployed on a cloud providers. We have SAP Azure, AWS, GCP. Okay, we have seen it. SAP is its own couple of services are SAP owned, so they are using their own data centers. Alibaba Cloud was probably announced on 2018-19, but in most of the cases what we have seen recently live, right? Maybe we have not seen the Alibaba Cloud, okay, as part of the cloud providers, okay. It may be using a couple of services, but majority of them are not there, right? Fine. So this also we discussed, right, that infrastructure as a service, data considerations, just two factors to be addressed: requirement of government, business, and technical are satisfied. Okay. Okay. This all we already seen it, right? Okay. Let me show you one more thing. Okay. This is a very beautiful tool we have. So here it's all already says 24 regions are there. Okay. And when I click on the globe, it will take some time. Okay. Can you see, right? I can see how many data centers we have. Here we have a lot of, right? So I can check it out like this one, and okay. Okay, so here we have it, Alibaba Cloud. Okay, let's just try to see how many services we have for the Alibaba Cloud. Okay, we have only one services. Okay, and we have one region. Okay. Earlier that was not the case, but it's okay. Fine. And if I go to this particular applications, I want to understand, right, that how many. Okay, here also we have a globe. Okay, so all these regions are already there. Okay, so this is how we can see it also, and here we also have the drop down also. Okay, it will let us know. Okay, so this will help us to take it forward. Okay, so this we already seen it. Okay, on-premise to public cloud connectivity. Guys, how can I connect my on-premise systems with BTP? Cloud connector will help us to create the encrypted secret tunnel between your gateway systems, okay, and your BTP account. Okay, so whatever the data communication is happening, okay, it will be only with that tunnel it is with happening. Okay, so it's a secure, it's a encrypted also, and once you set up the cloud connector and once your destination is working fine, it means your BTP can consume all your Fiori applications. Also it can fetch the data of Fiori applications, it can fetch the data services, everything is available inside your gateway systems. It will be able to fetch the data that is possible. Okay, so this is about cloud connector. Cloud connector you already studied as part of your Fiori, so I'm not going detail of it. What does SAP do, right? And okay, so we already gone through with this part, right? So BTP will help us, out of the box services, out of the box pre-built content for a couple of services within the BTP, right? And when you get the requirement, how quickly you can turn around requirement into the architecture diagram, the solutioning part of it, and how when the solution is done, how quickly you can turn from solutioning design to your completion of build, right? That is the way, that is where BTP will help us to comes to picture, and not only just put the till the build part of it, it will also help us to deploy our code, whatever we have done it from Fiori, CAPM, right? And even for ABAP environment, right? We can use the CI/CD pipelines, right? And our codes can be pushed from dev sub accounts to quality sub accounts and via further also. Okay, so the pipelines can also be created. Let's start with the bottom of it. Okay, let's start from the bottom of it. We have our infrastructure, right? Hyperscalers, we have it. We have SAP data centers, we have GCP, Azure, uh, AWS, and Alibaba as well, right? So this is the infrastructure on which the BTP is going to, use or deploy the services, or the sub accounts will be getting created, right? So in one BTP account, you can have different sub accounts which is lying in a different regions, and it can also be using the different hyperscales also, right? Okay, and when we talk about the database and data management, analytics, application development, integrations, and intelligent technologies, all these are nothing but the different kinds of services. Total 96 services. Okay, and this is what we have given by SAP itself. Just subscribe, deploy, give access to the users, okay, and start using those services for the uh, building the solutioning part of it. Okay, now coming back to the next part, right? So applications, we have intelligent suite and industry cloud solutions. So SAP is also moving further. Apart from platform, what else SAP can offer to its customer partners? Okay, out of the box, end to end applications also, because SAP knows its, it knows its market also, its requirement also, and its modules also very well than us. They know them because they themselves created it. Okay, when we SAP is around, FI, MMSD, right? They have a lot of other modules. Okay, they have roughly they have 150 plus modules what they have it. Okay, and so they know their business process, okay, what they have designed it, okay, they know very well. And even from they are talking to, they have a lot of customers, right? And it's big customers, so when they're talking, okay, the customer themselves are coming with a couple of similar kind of requirement. So based on industries, okay, they are also trying to create some kind of solutions, that direct applications they can offer to the customer. Okay, and they can, get charged based on the usage that is also there. Okay, so they are creating the applications. Okay, and they're deploying onto the landscape, and they are just asking the, users to try it out. And if customer would like to, be in a productive purpose, they can buy it and they can take it forward. So they are also creating the applications also. Okay, and when we say industry intelligence suite, it's combined with the intelligent services and whatever the solutions what they have been offered. Okay, so when we create the applications, okay, when we create the, we have the services. Okay, so let's say, we created service. Okay, then now we know it is waiting for somebody to take actions. Okay, so within that business process, okay, maybe some person's input would be required, or maybe some kind of analysis would be required, right? So what kind of intelligence we can put by using some service? Okay, or what is the way to achieve the turnaround time would be quicker, okay, to complete the overall process. Okay, so SAP is also thinking up to that level. Okay, so if there is any process is there, if it is taking 10 hours, right, what are the breakup of this one, why it is taking so long time? Okay, can we create some solution, and can we just try to, maybe some kind of notification we can share, right? Or maybe some kind of, messages we can share. Okay, so that the person can respond quickly. And in terms of, if I'm expecting some kind of response from the user, they need to know certain details. In order to, they need to know the some details. If they're sending an email, why can't we provide all the required details to the email to that person, so that that person can directly, take the actions, or the inputs, okay, or directly from the email body of it. That is also possible, right? So yeah, so on top of it, we have a business process. Okay, and this is about hyperscalers, this is about service layers of it, this is about, we have the requirements also, because based on requirements we are going to select the services. SAP is also starting with the industry cloud services, applications they are building it. Okay, and along with that, okay, they're also taking a one step ahead to, to think about how to speed up the entire, how to complete the entire business process. Okay, what we have it. Okay, now it's about the same thing, right? So the pillar consists of everything. You store, access, process, integrate, and interpret. Okay, so store means HANA database cloud. Okay, not only the database, but if I want to store the documents, I can use the object store, right? Access, process, right? For processing, we have different services, integrations, okay, and interpret. Okay, so we have the data intelligence service which can help us to orchestrate the data, and if the data has a, we have a huge chunk of data lakes we have it, and instead of replicating the data, we can try to connect all the data lakes separately. We can transform, we can process, okay, even though data size is high, and we can get the output of it. Okay. And when analytics, so we already have the SAP Analytics Cloud as part of BTP, and we can create the views, and we can SAP Analytics Clouds can use the views and cubes also inside SAP and get the data from the system, and it can have the good dashboard part of it. So we have different types of services. Integrations we have, okay, application development integrations, extensibility, business process optimizations, business services, and user experience. So this is what we have. And as part of intelligent technologies, we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, IRPA, blockchain. Okay, blockchain, it was there, now it is not there, but diagram has not been updated. Okay. um, so IoT also, and SAP AI business services, SAP IRPA. Okay, so this will help us, right? If we have a long text, and if we need to, get the specific tokens out of it, entities out of it, like countries, or maybe people name, right? And some kind of times, right? So that we can extract it. Okay, and if you go inside it one, it will have more details. Okay, okay, just for one of the service we can showcase. Okay, I'm just trying to see if I can have the list of pre-trained models what we have it. This is a tutorial what we have. I was expecting here, but that should be okay. The reference should contain that. No, it is coming to the same one. Okay, so pre-trained models information, probably it is not directly, I can see it. Data format. Fine. Okay, but we do have pre-trained content also, and if you want to customize also, that is also possible. Okay, so it will help us to take it forward. Conversational AI is we can create the chatbots, okay, inside the CEI. That service is retiring soon. Okay, and the data attributes what we have to, so if we have large set of data, right, so based on data, it can also classify the data, classification can be done, and it can also predict the data. Okay, so based on the inputs. Okay, and document informations extraction is there, right? So we have details. Okay, we can go to any one of them. Okay, and we can check out all the resources are available here. Okay, and the learning and tutorials materials are already available here. Fine. Okay, and SAP IRPA. So in a nutshell, based on requirement, how how we can combine all these services. Okay, when I say combine means how we can leverage these services in order to achieve the business functionality. That is how we can check this out, right? Yeah, the same thing. It provides a strong product portfolio, central platform for accelerating development and migration, because all the services are available itself here. And even for customers, okay, they do not have to procure the different services from different vendors. You have SAP product portfolio, on-premise system, SAP BTP. You can leverage these services. You can talk to any of the SAP multiple on-premise cloud solutioning, and even non-SAP systems also. And when I say cloud solutioning, I mean SAP Ariba's SuccessFactor. We have C4C, right? So all is the cloud solutions what we have. We can talk, it can connect, and we can do complete our business functionality. Okay. And even we can build the extensions also. Okay, so we can get the data from let's say SuccessFactor runs on a standard O data, right? So we can get the data on top of it. We can create some kind of UI, okay, applications. We can create whatever applications we have created over here. We can deploy it to the SuccessFactor also. That is also possible. And okay, so we can do the extensions also, okay, of this SuccessFactor Ariba as well. Ariba I have not tried it, but SuccessFactor I have tried it. So this is all about what we have, SAP BTP. So achieve integrated business process, data to value, okay, and extensibility. Okay, so whatever as part of, okay, you already gone through it, but I also show one more time, just for a theory library, just for a moment. Okay, so we have all these libraries, okay, and it means S4HANA contains systems, okay, contains all these Fiori applications by default, okay, and when you go to cloud also, it contains, okay. So if you want to extend this applications, okay, you can also have it in S4HANA also. You can also deploy it inside the BTP also. And if you would like to try out, okay, a couple of Fiori applications, okay, you want to deploy to the BTP, and you want to extend that Fiori applications, the standard Fiori applications, to the maybe SuccessFactor or something, right? That is also possible with the permutation that the extension points are available. Otherwise, probably we need to create with something new. Okay, so yeah, we can have the applications from the on-premise, we can deploy to BTP, and we can also get some couple of more fields if required. Okay, and then from the SuccessFactor cloud solutions or maybe some other systems also. So that kind of uh, possibilities, extensions, and leverage, we can have it. Okay, so SuccessFactor is a cloud-based HRMS, right? Provides end-to-end employee management solutions. This is just a one-liner. Okay, descriptions of it. Okay, so connected business process is what we have it. Um, right, cloud-based platform, end-to-end integration. That's what we see. Faster deployment, right? So everything you'll be able to see it out. This is the licensed accounts. Okay, when you try out with your trial account, the number of services will be limited. Okay, that is the only difference you will be able to see. But you will be able to create the sub accounts, you will be able to create the space, and you will be able to create the business application studio service enablement also, and you will be able to create the applications also.
So we are just starting with this, the second module, that is a introduction to the business application studio. Okay, now everyone should have been onto this page, but before we go on to this, we would be starting or navigating from the SAP BTP cockpit. Once you are a registered user onto this business application, this SAP BTP, if you have not registered yourself, or in case the registration process is not complete, you can always go to people.sap.com. Okay, I'm just telling you, this is just an overview where, in case if you're having difficulties, what you can do is you can just create an account for yourself onto the first time. Okay, now once your account has been created, it will ask you to validate your account. Okay, once you are validated your account, you can just log in to the BTP cockpit. Okay, just search for a SAP BTP cockpit. Okay, and it will allow you to go on to this URL. Once you log in onto this URL, you will be redirected to your trial or your enterprise account, depending on to the subscription that you have. Okay, now once you are onto that point, what you have is a BTP cockpit. Okay, let me introduce you to the components that you have into the BTP cockpit itself. This is referring to the point called as a global account. Okay, we have directories and sub accounts. Here you will be able to navigate to the sub accounts. The number of sub accounts can be created from this point. Okay, you have the resources provider over here. Okay, now once you are onto this, there are two levels. Now right now we are onto the global account level. Now onto your global account level, onto the left side what you have is a account explorer. It will list out all the accounts that you have. First is your global account, then you will have the sub accounts onto the same level. Then you would be having the resource provider. Okay, now the resource providers are a kind of a component that will help you with the resources that should be enabled depending on to the contract that you have. The boosters refers to the point that is where we have for let's consider it as an add-on. Okay, now when you have this booster, they are referring to the services. Okay, now into your services, what is the suite that you are working on, whether it is an extension suite, whether it is a digital experience. Okay, when I refer to the digital experience, the component of your Fury comes under the digital experience. Digital automation process, your IRPA, your build, all comes under this tool. Okay, let's say this one. Okay, so these are the smart tools. Okay, or you can say these are the automation tools. When I say the digital experience, it will start with a work zone or some other things. The integration suite. Okay, whether you have this onboarding, some processes are already available which you can integrate into your systems. Earlier we have talked about the entitlements. Okay, now what does the entitlement refers to? Your entitlement refers to the allotment of the services that you are availed for the usage. It could be at the entity assignments. Okay, now when I say the entity assignments, because I have 3 different sub accounts, I can also check it at the account level. Okay, depending on to my regions which I have used, it will allow me for the services which I can see. Okay, let's say this one. Okay, now what are the entitlements I have, and what is the service name, what is the technical name, and what is the plan that you have been using, whether it is a free plan, whether it is a standard, light, default. These are the types of plan. You have a assignment quota. Now this assignment quota is referring to the usage that you can have. Okay, so as of now it is all by default because we are using a single account. Now if I want to go it for all the accounts, it will be grouped at different levels. Okay, this is the first one. Now if some services are available for me and I want to share it with another one, that time I can even configure this entitlements. You see there is an option for me to add on, there is an option for me to subscribe. It is a usage of a resource onto a particular level. Okay, I can share this also. Okay, CICD, but where it is available, it is available onto my professor's RSA account. But if I want to go it, give it on to some another account, whether I want to share it with the trial account, I can change the allotment from here also. Okay, now I'm on to this service assignments, the service overview. The number of services that you have used or you have enabled or subscribed to will be available over here. Okay, now on to the security point. Who is it available for? We say that it is available for the user. Okay, a global user is a global account, right? Now there are 2 identity providers over here. Now onto this 2 identity providers, what I have is I have the provision whether I want to give this role to someone else. Here we have a role collection. If it is available, I can use it, or if it is not available, what I can do is I can assign the roles. Okay, whether it is a global account or whether it is a Cloud Foundry account, that also I can manage it from here. The role collections also I can take care of it from here. Now on to the last session, the session before this, we had a question where we said that SAP BTP cockpit is able to manage and monitor. Okay, now when I say the management, this is coming from a user's point, but when I say I can monitor also, where it comes from, it comes from your usage analytics. Okay, Now, for example, let's say I have subscribed to a service and that service is not being used, but I am working on pay as you go. So after that pay as you go, it is still charging me. But if the service is not used, what you can do is you can see how much that service is costing you. Or what you can have is you can have the overall usage of onto this estimate usage. Now, as of now, my service plan which is available is, it is a business application studio and I'm going with a free usage. It is available onto this region and it is costing me in euros. Okay, because I am onto some European region. Where I'll be able to find that region, I'll be able to find the usage of my region onto the sub account, or I can even find it onto the global account level. If I want to opt for some service usage, I can even see this. Okay, so this is where the BTP cockpit is useful for us, where it helps to manage the services via the security check and the monitoring of the services via usage analytics. Okay, now we were on to this global account level. Now I'm moving on to the sub account level, the views. Okay, now the other thing that you have to be sure about is that whenever you move on to the BTP cockpit, different URLs or the different components, it will switch on to the views. Right now what you are seeing onto your left panel is onto your global account level. Now if I want to move on to the sub account level, there is a change that you will be able to see. Now, earlier I was having the entitlement, security, landscape, service providers, boosters. Right now, what I have is I have the services, I have the cloud foundry, connectivity, security, entitlements. Now, this entitlements is referring to this entity. Okay, this is nothing but my sub account as an entity in my entitlements. Okay. Now the services section, what we have is a service marketplace. Now in my trial account, what are the services that I can use? Okay. Now for the first time, when you have created an account, it is available by default for you. But sometimes what happens is, as soon as you launch, okay, as soon as you launch your trial account, you might not be able to see. Sometimes it will give you a authorization error. Okay, even if your account is set up, if you try to open this, okay, for me it has been already set. Okay, so I'll be able to see this account. But in case if you are not able to see, or if you launch your application from here and you are seeing the error, that authorization, okay, it will say you are not authorized, access denied. If that kind of error occurs to you, what you can do is you can go to your security, you can go to your user. Okay, now for the user, which is the user that exists for me, this is my user and it is associated with a default identity provider. Navigate over here. Okay, now once you navigate over here, you will have a role collection. Now once you go on to the role collection, what you can do is assign the role collection. As of now, I was working as an admin for this and I have everything in place, so I am able to see this. But in case, okay, in case if you are not able to see, what you have is, let's say right now I don't have the access to this business application studio. So what I can do, 1 minute, let me refresh this one. Now that role is not assigned for me, but if I try to assign that role, you'll be able to see this business application studio. Now if this role has not been assigned to me, I will not be able to see the business application studio. Let me switch to this over here. Let me assign that role again. This is a developer role. Even though once I go inside this, I will not be able to create. So if I assign this role to me, assign the role collection, the role collection has been successfully assigned. Now once I try to open this, I'll be able to open this. Now if I want to group the roles, okay, I can assign the roles over here. Basically, roles is a kind of a thing which will allow you to access some of the components that you have. Okay, role collection, roles, and then you have the trust configuration. Okay, whether you want to connect to any third party or another things. Now the entitlements, if you look over here, here I have this configurations available. Okay, now what is the sub account assignment? It says that I have 1 units, the remaining global quota is 0. What it is saying, my SAP service, which is a ABAP environment, has utilized the complete unit which is available at the global level. For my global unit, it's just giving me 1, and it has been using this 1 unit. Now if I want to enable this, or if I want to subscribe to this ABAP environment in my another sub account, I will not be able to do so, because this quota is not available for me. Okay, so here you can even configure this entitlements at the service plan. If you are available, or you are entitled, or if you have the quota available, you can do it from here. Okay, depending on to the solution that you are looking for, whether it is a AI application development, analytics, integration, like this. Okay, so that was the introduction which we had about the SAP BTP cockpit. Okay, now let's switch on to our main agenda for today, is the business application studio. Okay, now we have already launched this business application studio at a service and at the sub account level. Okay, your subscriptions or your services will be launched from your sub account level. Now what does the business application studio provides you? Okay, now if you are working onto your trial account, you would have a limitation of 2 accounts. But whenever, let's say I am creating a dev space, always remember that when I am referring to a dev space, I am referring to the development environment. And when I am referring to the Cloud Foundry space, that time I am referring to the runtime. These two spaces are independent of each other. Cloud Foundry space is a runtime environment. The dev space environment is for your development. Okay, now let me show you how to create a dev space. Now whenever you have a business application studio, it's a multi environment development tool. Okay, now when I say a multi environment development tool, because there are a lot of extensions available here. Okay, now if I want to go with the Fiori application, I can use this. Now if I am choosing this Fiori environment, okay, this is nothing but a development environment. Okay, this development environment is referring to the development of Fiori applications, or it would be referring to the UI5 applications you can create. There are some of the predefined extensions. These predefined extensions are available by default. But if you would like to have some additions to this existing ones, you can select it from here. Okay, there is an option. Either you can go with the one, or you can go with the many. It depends on to you. Okay, so this is the development environment. Now when I go with this creation, I have to provide a dev space name. Now there are some standard naming things that you have. You can have it into your capital, you can have it into your small, you can include some numbers. It is a combination of alphanumeric character, but you cannot have the spaces in between. Okay, it will give you the information that you cannot have the spaces in between. So don't include the spaces, just include your name. Now once that is done, I wanted to create this Fiori one. As soon as you create the dev space, it will create a dev space for you. Okay, now because we are onto the trial environment, it will say you are allowed a total of 2 dev spaces, only one running at a time. Okay, now when I say only one running at a time, where will I be able to find the status of my dev space that is running? It would be over here. Okay, now this will be the name of your dev space. This will say that this type of applications I can develop in this dev space. Okay, and this is the status. Now there are three status that you would always have. One is a starting, one is a stopped. Okay, now when you see this starting, it is basically initializing your environment or your development space to be used. Okay, now when it is into the running state, what will happen is this will be becoming a hyperlink. Okay, now once it is available, once it is into your running mode, you will be able to launch this. Okay, now it will have some other components like created on id, disk usage. For every space that you have, you will have a 4 GB of allotted space. You can even stop this, you can download this, you can delete this. You cannot change the name of your dev space, but it will allow you to add the extensions which we have seen earlier, but provided it is into the stopped state. Okay, if you see this, I can add the extensions onto my predefined dev space. Okay, if I launch it from here, what will happen is it will take me to the tool. Okay, now what we have done is we have just completed this business application studio. Now we have created a dev space which is there. We named it as Fury. Okay, now when you go with the business application studio, what it gives you, SAP business application studio is essential for developing extension applications on a SAP BTP platform. Your business application is a prominent and a recommended tool for your developments. SAP BT BAS. Okay, one more thing is, it even though it is referred as BAS, it is not a standard acronym which has been provided by SAP. It has been abbreviated to BAS, but most of the time you can use it as a BAS only. Provides a common development environment that runs independently of the developer's technical system setup and is tailored for the business application development in SAP ecosystem onto the SAP BTP. If you are having any system, let's say a connection has been established to the SuccessFactors, Ariba, or any other system, the data can also be pulled out onto your business application studio. That also we can do, provided the prerequisites are in place. One more thing about your business application studio is the dev spaces which you have created, okay, are independent of each other. Okay, they are they, you can say, are as they are the private workspaces. Okay, they are independent of each other. You will not be able to see all the applications of one dev space into another dev space. Okay, so BAS can be accessed through an internet browser and offers a desktop-like development experience similar to a Visual Studio Code. If you have used Visual Studio Code earlier, you will be able to see that it is a application which will give you the look and feel like your Visual Code. Okay, this has been derived from a Visual Studio theme called as a VSFX registry. Okay, so that is also available. You can add the extension, even you can have your extensions created and added onto your business application studio. Okay, so provided they are registered as an extension to be available, SAP business application studio offers all the necessary tools for the business application development, including a command line and the editor optimized for the use cases. A subscription and the appropriate authorizations are required for developers or the business users to access business application studio in a sub account. Okay, now when I say it is onto a sub account, we have already seen that once it is subscribed, then only it will be available. An administrator can distribute role collection via the security capabilities of the BTP. Okay, so what we have is administrator can distribute. if you're working as an administrator, or even if you have that role assigned to you to assign the capabilities. I've already demonstrated this with the help of a role collection, right? We had a user over here, and then we just added a role onto the role collection. So this is also possible onto the sub account level. Okay. Now there are three predefined role for the business application studio. Developer. If you are a developer and you are willing to work onto the business application studio to develop any of the applications, let's say I have developed a space. Okay, here I have a space called as a Fury dev space, right? The type that I have is for the Fury. So a Fury developer can develop the Fury applications using this business applications studio. One more thing about your business application studio is what you can do is even you can bookmark this URL. Okay, you can bookmark this URL and directly launch the business application studio instead of navigating from your instances and subscriptions as well. Okay, now if you want to switch back onto your list of the dev spaces, what you can do is you can just remove this ID. Okay, now where is this ID coming from? Let me switch back. Okay, so this is the ID. Okay, now if I want to move on to this dev space, I can move on to this dev space, but here this is right now into the stop stage, so it will not be active. But if you want to, you can do that. Even you can bookmark the number of dev spaces that you are using. Extension developer, develop and deploy the BAS extensions. This is what I have referred to earlier. You can have your extensions added. Okay, now if you want to add your extensions, how do you do it? Launch your Fury business application studio. Here you have a component called as the extension. Okay, now if you're working onto the Fury, right? So if I wanted to add some other Fury related extensions which someone else has developed and I want to use it, I can install that. Okay, now once that installation process is complete, what I have to do is I have to relaunch it to bring the extensions in effect for my current working space. So extension addition is also possible. Or let's say I am working on to the JSON, but the JSON beautifier is not present. So what I can do is I can add the JSON beautifier, or let's say, or present. What you have to do is you have to install this as an extension, and that will be available for the usage in your business application studio. There are a lot of extensions that are present. The administrator. Okay, let's say the administer BAS. Okay, now where will I be able to say, let's say I want to log into your dev space and I want to start it. So the possibility of administrating a BAS is also possible. Okay, so we have completed this part. In order to start the development with the business application studio, a developer needs at least one dev space to work in, to create. Choose one dev space and then you can work onto it. Okay, now depending on to your requirement, what you can do is you can create a dev space. Okay, there are several dev space existing. Fury we had seen, the full stack application we had, the native application also we had. Every dev space type comes with a set of predefined extensions that are required for the respective application scenario. If I am willing to develop a full stack CAPM application, I can do it using a full stack extension or your full stack dev space. If I want to just develop the Fury application, the administrator can just give the rights of creating the same to that. You can select additional extensions to enhance your space. you can add the extensions. Now, what are these extensions referring to? These extensions are referring when you want to enhance your environment of your development. Okay, let me just duplicate this. Okay, and when can I do so? If it is into the stop state. If you see this, this is into the active state for me. So I'll not be able to add the extension onto this point. But if it is onto a stop state, I can obviously add the extensions over here. Okay, these are the predefined extension for my existing space. These are the ones that I can add onto the go, but this will be added onto my business application studio. Either if these are not sufficient, what I can do is I can add the extensions inside of this also. Okay, due to Visual Studio, SAP Business Application Studio also lets you integrate the code compatibility extension from the Open VSX registry. This is what I was referring to. You can register your extensions, you can create your own extensions and add those extensions onto your business application studio. It is possible to create multi-dev spaces per user depending on to the chosen application. Okay, restricted up to 2 dev spaces, only one space running at a time. Okay, we have already seen this, that this is the one which is active and the other one which is available is inactive. Now when you're going with your trial ones, you have a limitation. Even you have to see that which one is running at a time. Now when you go with the standard one, that time you don't have the limitation depending on to the purchase that or the spaces quota purchases that you have made with the SAP. Okay, now let's explore the two. Now let's say I'm working on to the Fury application. This is a business application studio which I have launched. Now onto my left side, what I will have, I'll be having different palettes. Now what does this palettes refer to? When I go with the file, okay, this is the first one. I can create, okay, I can configure. If I want to edit, I can edit it also depending on to the selection. Now there is another palette. Let's open this. Okay, now this is a palette called as a explorer palette. Now when you have this, this is a resemblance of your visual code. Let's consider this as a folder structure. Now whenever you have a open folder structure path, make sure that you don't go onto any path. If you want to open any of your applications, switch on to your projects path. Okay, then only open it. This is a kind of a hierarchy which has been set up onto the cloud. Now when you go on to the projects, right now I don't have any projects available for my projects folder. Okay, now what is this? This is a compatible tool or the extensions which are available onto the VS Code. You don't have to change this folder, you don't have to edit anything. This is a kind of a configuration file. Okay, now if I want to create a new one, okay, there are multiple options that I can have depending on to the extensions that I have opted for. Okay, I can go from the start from a template. Okay, what it will do, it will enable me with the wizard that is available. Okay, adaptation project, cap project, Fury application, and the basic multi-target application also I can do. The other way is, what I can do is I can clone this. Okay, right now I don't have any application for me, so what I can do is I can clone this repository. Okay, let me do that. Either you can, there are two ways always. Okay, either you use a wizard based navigation, or either you use a command line based interface. Now how do I go? This is a wizard based. Okay, what I can do is, if I go from clone from repository, what I have to do is, all I have to do is provide a credentials if it is a private repository. If it is a public repository, then there is no problem. Now what I wanted to do is, you, if this is open for a long, you can use the escape button to switch. Okay, now I wanted to create a project. Okay, I can do it from the terminal also. I can open a new terminal. Okay, now right now my user, the user who is currently logged in, is available onto this path. Now what is this? There are problems, output, debug console, the terminal. This terminal is for your um, checking whether the application is running smoothly or not. If there are some errors, you will be able to trace out the errors also onto this. Right now what I wanted to do is, I wanted to make a directory. Let's say it is a demo. Okay, I can switch on to this demo also. Now right now I am on to this demo. The make directory command will work over here because it is working onto your Linux. Okay, so some of the commands like your mkdir, or let's say cd, which is a change directory, will also work over here. Okay, right now I have just a folder which is created under this. Okay, now if I want to split, okay, if I want to split my terminal, I can use the split terminal also. Here I'll be able to see the terminals, two different terminals I am able to see. Now if I want to switch back onto this cd, let's say it as a projects. Okay, let's say cd dot dot. Okay, now here I am on to the projects path, but my another terminal which is available, it is available still onto the demo. So if I want to do something onto the project level, if I want to do something onto the demo level also, I can do that. Just give me a second. Sorry. Okay, so this is the one of the feature where you can have the simultaneously two terminals running for you. You can even search for the components that you want to do. Now what you have over here is a git. Okay, now what is a git? We have the future sessions coming more in depth, but today for now I'll just say that git is a kind of a version control management system where multiple developers, if they are working, they can pull, push, or do some kinds of operation to bring the code in place and work simultaneously. This is the run and the debug mode. If you are running your application and you want to find where the application is going wrong, or if there is some kind of a configuration that is missing, you can check it over here. The extension is also available, which we have already seen. Okay, what we have is a CI/CD. Okay, into the next sessions we'll be able to see this. The git lenses, in order to identify if there is something or if there is any kind of a component when you have merged it with a git is missing. Okay, the guide center, in case if you want to, if you are new to this tool and if you want to get yourself familiar with this, you can move on to this one also. Okay, now for me, I am working onto the Fury, so this is by default available for me. Okay, the additional views, in case if you are seeing that we are not able to see all of them at a time, what you can do is you can move on to each of them. Okay, now if you are working on some another tool and if you want to change the theme, or if you want to bring in more personalization to your tool, some people will be using some other tools, right? So what they can do is, if they have been using Visual Studio Code earlier, they can make it look and feel wise also over here. So we were working on to the personalization of our tool. Right now this tool which we are seeing is onto your uh, Thea environment. Now if I want to change a theme, so what I can do is I can opt for a color theme also. I can go with the black theme also. Now this could give me a look and feel of the Visual Studio. If someone is very familiar and they want to have the same kind of interface, or maybe the same kind of a personalization, if they want to go, they can also do it from the settings part of it. We were onto this. So right, we had seen a terminal, a split of a terminal, and the code editor, a project explorer. If you have earlier worked on to the ABAP objects, let's say this is my SAT repository where I would have lots of projects, but in order to edit it, I have to open it into another panel. Now this panel is called as a code editor. Let me say this. I wanted to edit this view. So what I do is I double click that file, and this will open into my editor. Okay, this is a XML editor right now for me because I'm on to this file. Now if I want to make any kind of a changes onto my controller, I double click onto that particular file, and it would be available for editing or making enhancing this code onto this code editor level. So we have a project explorer, we had a code editor, we had seen a terminal also. Okay. Now the SAP Business Application Studio provides everything that a professional developer needs. It is a full development environment. It replaces SAP Web ID. Okay. Now when we were working onto the SAP Web ID, we had a limitation of having only one kind of an environment, that is a UI5 Fiori dev spaces available. Right now, what you see into your dev spaces, it's a multi-development environment, whether it's a full stack, whether it is a Fiori, or whether it is you want to have any kind of a extensions available, you can do that. Okay, let me delete this to show you multiple environments. Okay, so these are the developments that development environments that are available: full stack cloud, HANA native, mobile application, basic. Along with this, we have the extensions to be added to make it more useful. SAP Business Application Studio has a lot of capabilities, including the project explorer, the code editor, the terminal, debugger, code management integration. This code management integration is basically referring to your Git that was in place, which we have already seen. Benefits of your Business Application Studio at a glance: provides a managed, pre-configured, hosted environment optimized for a Business Application Studio, can be centrally administered with the tools, repository, system access, and the company policies. Integrated with the existing SAP solutions, the Fiori development, Fiori generators. Okay, we had templates that will enable this point. Provides easy access for a Visual Studio Code compatible extensions. We have seen this extensions also. So the collaboration part, BS is designed to facilitate collaboration among developers working onto the same project. This is where your Git comes in pictures. Okay, it offers features such as Git review, live editing, and chat integration to help team works more efficiently. Okay, so what we have is a Git lenses over here, so that will enable you with that feature. Okay, the integration, SAP Business Application provides.
Yeah, I mean, can you please go back just one more point, okay, on that slide, earlier slide, please. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say we have one repository, okay, and in one project maybe 4 to 5 people are working, right? So in that case, each of the person has its own development feature branch, okay, and all the 5 people can work simultaneously inside one project to create different applications. Okay, so in one project multiple people can be run. This is the idea of the collaboration of it. People can do the editing also, they can deploy the code, they can merge the code, and they can also get the live code which has been deployed to the main branch of it. Okay, so in ABAP, okay, there are few people who are having the ABAP background also, so that's the reason I'm just trying to touch upon this point. Okay, in ABAP, if you're auditing one object, you cannot, other person cannot edit it, right? Here we can have a flexibility that one person is editing one project, second person is editing another part of the same project, okay, and the third person is also editing the another part of same project. By chance, if two people are editing the same objects, it is going to be shown as a conflict, and it will be side by side comparison will be there. We can check it out, what we need to select, what we need to reject, and we can merge the code and we can deploy it. That is also possible. Yeah, over to you.
So that was about the collaboration, the integration also. Okay, so it allows developers to leverage existing resources. We have seen this. Okay, customization. Okay, the customization was brought into picture because of the theming. If you want to make it compatible with the one which you had earlier, you're also unable to do this with the help of the theming, which is available onto the settings section of your business application studio. Here we have the manage option. Business Application Studio offers a high degree of customization, enabling developers to tailor the environment for their specific needs and the preferences. It also supports a range of programming languages and frameworks, giving the developers the flexibility to use the tools and technology they are most comfortable with. Okay, the scalability. Business Application Studio is highly scalable, enabling developers to build applications that can handle large volumes of data and the traffic. It supports automatic scaling, load balancing based on to the demands. Okay, now if let's say I have a bigger application, so what is the maximum number of size that I have? I have a 4 GB of size that is available. So that is referring to the scalability option of your Business Application Studio. Okay, security. Business Application Studio is built with the security in mind, offers a range of the features and tools to help developers build secure applications. Okay, this can be achieved if you are trying to clone anyone's application, but you are not authorized. So what it will do, it will not allow you to copy that application. Basically, a cloning of that application is not allowed. Okay, even though you have been cloning this, there is one more restriction that you have while you're cloning is onto your Cloud Foundry section. Okay, now here you need to authenticate yourself. Here it says a login is required. Okay, this is referring whether you are the same person who is copying, cloning and developing. Okay, there are two types of security checkpoints. One is via the Git and one is where you have it at a Cloud Foundry spaces. Okay, these are the two security points. This includes built-in security control mechanism, integration, identity management, and supports for the encryption of the security. So this is with your two types. One is the Cloud Foundry and one is with the Gits. Okay. So we have already seen this, the connectivity proxy, the end user and the developers. If you want to have this Business Application Studio copying someone else tool, you can also do that, but this more of it will be covered when you go with the cloud connectors, when you are trying to access any external system. As of now, for us, the external system is just a Git repository that is available onto your GitHub. Okay, this GitHub is being connected once you have authenticated yourself. Okay, so the use case of a Business Application Studio in SAP BTP: development of the custom application for business requirements. So we have a tailored development environment called as a Fury Dev Spaces, integration of SAP and non-SAP systems and the services. This is available via the extensions. Okay, creation of extension application SAP solutions such as SAP S4HANA, SuccessFactors and Ariba. implementation of a digital transformation in initiatives using the modern technologies such as machine learning and the IoTs. Let's say if I want to include the Python also, we have the option of including Python over here. So whether you are allowed or whether you want to have it as an extension, you have a Jupyter for your IoT and the ML type of codings. So that also is available. So for now, we can conclude it as Business Application Studio is a powerful tool. It enables developers to work onto multiple programming languages, integrate and use the services. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP extension suite on SAP BTP? Option A, to develop and deploy custom applications. Option B, to integrate on-premise systems with cloud applications. Option C, to provide a platform for data analytics. Option D, to manage and monitor cloud resources. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a master of SAP BTP? Our comprehensive course is here to help you achieve that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all the ins and outs of SAP BTP, a powerful integration and extension platform for the intelligent enterprise. It's a game changer for building and extending applications, automating processes, and integrating data and systems. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you have a solid understanding of SAP BTP's capabilities. It's designed and delivered by industry experts who have extensive experience working with SAP BTP. Your instructors are seasoned professionals who have been in the trenches, and they're here to share their knowledge and insights with you. They'll guide you through the course material and answer any questions you might have along the way. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course, and their success stories speak volumes about its effectiveness. Best of all, this opportunity to gain valuable skills and knowledge is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to everyone who wants to enhance their SAP BTP expertise. Ready to take your career to new heights? Sign up for our SAP BTP course today. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So right now we are onto this global account level. Now once we are onto the global account, we can go to the sub account level. And from here, we are launching the Business Application Studio from the subscription of a service, because everything that you have under your BTP account is a software as a service. Okay, so even though your Business Application Studio is a software, it is available to you as a service and it needs to be subscribed. Whatever you have under your Business Application Studio is in the form of a service. Okay, now in case if I am launching my Business Application Studio, okay, and I'm not able to see, or if I'm getting the authorization error, at which level I'll be able to assign the roles under the security, under the users. For each of the users, I'll be able to see it over inside here, right?
Yeah.
Under the role collection. In case if you want to group all of the roles, what you can do is you can have a custom role of your own, where you can create a role as well, and then you can assign it to the user as well. Okay, depending on to the type of a configuration that you need. What is the minimum space that is given to each of the dev space into the trial environment? Let's go to the sub global account. Okay, now I have two sub accounts. How is the distribution of a quota onto this level? How is the quota distribution? Okay, so on to the entitlements, we will be having the service assignments, and on the quota assignment is there. On depending on to the hyperscalers that you would be using, you would be having some plans. Okay, so whether it is a standard plan, whether it is a free plan, if you want to know more about it, you can still go to the discovery center. You first have to find out whether it is available onto which environment, because onto your sub account level, if you go, it is available onto the provider. Okay, it is onto the AWS provider, it is onto the Azure. Now if I create one more, there is a possibility that if you go to the Singapore region, okay, if I go to the Singapore region, then what are the services that are available, or whether I am able to assign that services, or whether I am able to consume that kind of a service, it depends on to the region as well. So the assignment of a quota is a different thing. The consumption that is available is also based on to the providers that you have. Here we have a cloud transport management, okay, where we can just transport the application specific content and even the development artifacts, just like we have it into normal ABAP systems, the workbench request and the customizing request, right? We have the transport management system onto the normal ABAP systems also. So they will capture all of your objects that you are creating. And but here, when you have it into the cloud, you can use this transport management systems. It is also a kind of a service.
So we have region, applications, services, data, environment, infrastructure. And inside the environment, we have the runtime environment. So when you deploy your applications, okay, so that applications will be running in that environment itself. The processing will power will be utilized by that data center itself. The services, it will be your applications will be accessible as a services part of it. And if you want to check it out, right, what something has been failed, something has been right, so all the tools are available to check it out, the services deployed, or any kind of issues also. Okay, so we have infrastructure services, we have database services, we have integration services, right? So in as part of the infrastructure services, what do we have? Okay, so we have computing powers, we have storage also, we have networking also, right? So if you want to connect your system, your BTP with the multiple third-party systems, okay, I will just try to showcase couple of examples directly from Google. Yeah, I can try to do that. Hold on. SAP BTP uh, DocuSign integration. Uh, okay, so okay, forget about this part. Okay, but let's say your user is using some kind of application, it is trying to connect to here. Okay, and we have various services by which you will be able to understand the who is that person, what kind of authentication he has is, and what kind of authorization the person has it. Okay, that can person can connect within the BTP. We have within the BTP, we have the HANA Cloud database instance also. Okay, so whatever the data, would you like to try it out, right? And here probably we are missing the Adobe service because we generally generate the forms. Okay, and then we can send these forms to the DocuSign system. DocuSign is the third-party system by which it will help us to create a digital signature part of it. And when it will DocuSign frameworks also leverage, also have a flexibility to be consumed by the APIs also. Okay, so you can send this document, you can get some kind of token number, the document ID. Okay, and it will within the e-signature we can also create it can be mail can be triggered to the respective person in which he will get the PDF. Okay, and he can directly sign off. Okay, so you do not have to wait for anything, the system will and only once the person has been signed, okay, you will get you can keep hitting the DocuSign systems. Okay, when the person is document is signed, you can check it out with the document ID. Yes, this document ID has been approved or not, right? If it is being signed, you will get the notification. And once the document is signed, you can get the document. If you want to store it somewhere within the BTP, outside the BTP, yes, we can do that, right? And we can do the further processing of it. So it's like you have received one document, for signature. Okay, you just signed it and the further processing will happen. So there is no follow-up required on any of the steps. Okay, and even if you want to store that document post once you sign the document, if somebody needs to be notified it, okay, it can be done. Okay, and here they are using the connectivity services, which can also be, we can also use the open connectors also. Okay, so this is one of the good diagram I thought. This is also good one, and it is from the Discovery Center itself. Okay, so here we have it, right? We have Fury applications. Okay, we have Android, iOS specific applications can also be built, right? And our applications are also flexible, which can run on any of the devices, right? So it, and once you user logins to native applications or Fury applications, right? Uh, it will be connected to the portal service. Okay, and we whatever the development what we are doing here, okay, this is a SAP cloud platform. Within that we have cloud foundry environment here, and within that we have a, here we have the SAP business application studio, where user will create it, the developers will create the applications or modify it, they will deploy it. Okay, once the application has been deployed, okay, it can be a you can configure inside the portal service and launchpad service. Okay, and you can expose it. So here user is coming from portal service to the cloud foundry runtime part of it. Okay, and once that is there, right, we have a HANA instance here. This is probably a bit old diagram, okay, because we can see HANA instance, okay, not HANA cloud part of it. And we have connectivity services. Connectivity services can help us to integrate with any kind of SAP cloud portfolio, SuccessFactors, C4C, Fieldglass, Concur, right? We can also connect with the non-third party system also, Alibaba, AWS, Azure. These all are the hyperscalers, GCP. Okay, and if you want to connect, if client has been running in some systems which is a legacy systems, right? Okay, non-SAP systems like maybe VB, Oracle, something else, right? We can also connect with the third party system also, just like the hyperscalers. Not only the hyperscaler we can connect, we can also connect with the legacy systems. And if you would like to connect with the SAP portfolio, okay, in that case you already know, we can create the cloud connector, we can configure it. Okay, and it will be a secret tunnel between the destinations connectivity service and the cloud connector, and you can utilize okay, as for HANA system, ECC systems, and multiple non-SAP system also can be connected. Okay, here I said third party system, here is also third party. So here when I'm saying third party systems, okay, when you connect with a DocuSign, you don't need a cloud connector. Okay, but when you connect with the maybe some systems which are behind the VPN, right, which are not on cloud, okay, in that case it's preferable to go with the cloud connector side of it. Okay, and we can connect the system. So as for HANA, multiple SAP systems, even one BTP account, the one Fiori applications can talk with the multiple SAP systems, multiple cloud systems also, and we can get the data and we can process the data over here. Guys, this is important. See, this is important because the people who are creating the architecture diagram, they will know, right, how we need to proceed further, what is the possibilities, what we have it. Fine. And whenever user will log in, right, so first of all it will be validated that the person is authorized or not. If he's not authorized, he will not be able to log in, and if he's authorized, it will be taken further. Yeah, so this is just I want to touch upon this point. Okay, so this is about the networking and the data architecture, data flow part of it. Database and data management service. Okay, we already have seen the data multiple services. Okay, I'm not trying to go inside the depth of it. Okay, and we do have integration services, and it will help us to integrate uh, to one or multiple other systems and the application. Okay, Okay, this is a little bit bigger topic which we are going to cover today in depth. Okay, but still I would like to take it up. Uh, when do we use the Cloud Foundry runtime? Okay, this is a very clear cut snapshot what we have. Okay, so when platform managed load balancing, routing, and health check and security updates, we have it. Okay, free choice of programming models. Okay, and open source technology components and multi-cloud deployments. Okay, and when we go with the schema part of it, it's a free choice of programming models, combine microservice and serverless functions. Okay, bring in built-in managed service mesh. Okay, so event mesh and couple of services are built in here. This is both are open source part of it. Okay, this is more scalable. Okay, we have it. Cloud Foundry is not as much scalable as compared to Kima, but when you compare the Cloud Foundry with the Neo environment, Cloud Foundry is more scalable. Okay, so Neo wasn't more scalable. Cloud Foundry is much more scalable, but Kima is the next level of it. Okay, and when you see the skills here, right? So it is using for SAP CDS. When I say CDS, here it means the HANA Cloud part of it. Okay, HANA Cloud part of it, Fury UI5, SAP HANA expertise. Okay, and the Node.js can also be leveraged here. We can do that. Okay, but when we go with the Kima is the container-based concept which is coming from Kubernetes. Okay, and Kubernetes is the product of Google, and Kubernetes has been developed in a Go language. Okay, so this is a both are containers. Okay, but this is much more flexible, and it allows any other programming languages also which is restricted inside the Cloud Foundry also. Okay, and schema has been introduced for mainly from the microservices point of view. Can we do the microservices concept inside the Cloud Foundry? Yes, we can do it. Okay, with the medium to low part of it. Okay, but schema is really fully mature product, and it is mainly built for the microservices and the serverless functionalities only. Okay. And Google has been using this, heavily on this because it's their native product. Okay, and when we talk about the ABAP environment, okay, it is only and only for the, see, it's clearly called out. Okay, ABAP RESTful programming models reuse existing on-premise ABAP assets, right? So whatever we have on-premise, if we need to do create some kind of ABAP coding inside the cloud part of it, we can try to leverage this part. Okay, here in ABAP environment, we cannot do any kind of Fury UI5 or maybe any other Node.js coding. We cannot do Python coding. We cannot do. Okay, the using of the advantage of using this environment would be if you have lot of custom development. Okay, inside the S4HANA system for your client. And what SAP is trying to say, keep your core clean. Okay, in that case, we can try to recreate or maybe migrate, okay, with the help of tools. Okay, our ABAP code which is inside the on-premise, we can try to migrate to the cloud side of it, and once we can try to migrate, and whatever the new codings which we are going to do, that we can do inside the ABAP part of it, because you will get a lot of people who are working on ABAP rather than the people who are working in Node.js from the SAP domain, right? Because we have a lot of ABAP developers, we have it in the market, right? So that will help us a lot. This is a user-centric process extensions. Here in the ABAP environment, if you would like to try it out, the calling the BAPI body, right, and the RSC function modules, you can directly call it out. That is possible with this one. Okay, from the Cloud Foundry runtime, you cannot directly call the function modules directly. Okay, which is the native S4HANA on-premise systems function modules. Okay, and user-centric process extensions, robust and transactional cloud applications, because this itself is cloud. Okay, so whatever code you are going to put it will be inside the cloud part of it. And even the ABAP code, whatever you're writing inside the ABAP environment, it is going to be, we have to push it inside the repository. Okay, it can be a Git, it can be some other repository, but we can push it. So if we can do the versioning, we can do the mapping, and if even the multi people are working on the same uh, objects, okay, so we can have the feature branch for each of the developers, which we can try to merge, and we can push it to the main branch of the repository. Okay, so migrate and adapt the add-ons to the cloud, enabling the ABAP developers to go on the cloud, right? So that is also one of the SAP's agenda, that the even the SAP, more developers from the SAP side should go from on-premise to the cloud development side of it. That will help the SAP a lot. An ability to write the modern ABAP code, SAP CDS. Okay, and when we say about this one, it is mainly from the SAP ABAP CDS. Okay, SAP Fury and SAP HANA. Okay, fine. I'll move to the next part of it. Fine, we have Cloud Foundry, ABAP environment, Kima, and Neo. Okay, Neo we are going to discuss, and even this environments which we are going to discuss more in a detailed part of it. Okay. As we are talking about ABAP, right? We'll just talk. We'll take this part. The ABAP environment is mainly targeted in the creating the extensions applications. Okay, so you can use the ABAP environment to create the CDS views. Okay, and with the help of annotations, okay, within a 1 or 2 hours also you can create the Fiori applications and you can try it out. Okay, so that is the advantage ABAP environment is trying to provide. Otherwise, what will happen? See, you guys already taken the Fiori applications training, right? So we need to create the OData surveys. Then you need to configure the we need to configure the cloud connector destinations. Okay, the Fiori person will consume the services and they will build the Fiori application with some kind of templates, right? So this is the overall time is taking. But if you already have the ABAP environment and the data inside the HANA side of it, in that case you can create the Fiori applications of CRUD operations. When I say CRUD, create, update, treat, and delete. Okay, all the operations within couple of hours. Okay, you can create applications by yourself. You do not have to wait on anybody else. Okay, and it is faster also because the processing process is happening inside your cloud, data is inside the cloud, and your application is also sitting inside the cloud, right? So that is much more faster. Okay, and yes, okay, I missed this point, right? So when you are having the S4 HANA cloud, which provides extensions or development in S4 HANA cloud, okay, versus on-premise S4 HANA, both are very different, right? In on-premise one, you can do anything what you want to do, but S4 HANA cloud, it is the restrictive in terms of develop extensions part of it. Okay, we can create the new objects, but we cannot extend anything the way we want to have it, just like what we can do, what is the possibility inside the on-premise system, it is not there. Okay, so if you want to do any kind of extensions, it is always preferable, okay, that when you try to leverage the above environments, you can try to connect with the S4 HANA cloud instance, you can do your development and you can deploy your stuff there. So ABAP objects we can leverage inside the ABAP environment, and when we have the S4 HANA cloud, which is restricted in terms of custom development, okay, so we can do the custom development with the ABAP environment, and we can always connect with the S4 HANA cloud to get the data, transactional data, and we can take it forward. Okay, so we can do the applications, we can create the applications based on the ABAP environment and the S4 HANA cloud, the multi-system environment, we can do it. Okay, and yeah, next is fine. So it's about customer base and enterprise readiness and transition to the cloud, right? because a lot of customers over the period are having a lot of code in that, in on-premise side of which we can try to migrate from on-premise to cloud, right? Second thing is ABAP is a proven environment for enterprise ready because it's been there for a quite long time now, and SAP is also suggesting keep the code clean, so try to move all your code from on-premise to cloud side of it. And when we are moving from S4HANA on-premise to S4HANA cloud, okay, so because S4HANA cloud having the less possibility for the extensions of it within the systems, we can always try to use the ABAP environment to do any kind of extension inside the S4HANA cloud, and we can take it forward. Okay. So yeah, transform your existing ABAP assets to the cloud, information platform, develop and run innovative ABAP applications inside the platform as a service inside the cloud, newest version, newest HANA versions, and newest BTP services, right? So because ABAP environment is there, which is on BTP, so we can always try to leverage the because it is on cloud, any kind of new offerings by SAP is there inside the ABAP environment, which we can try to leverage it, right? Because it is on cloud, SAP itself will push the newer version directly, okay? And it is always using the SAP HANA as a database. So whatever the new database versions are there, which we can try to leverage of it, and the new services which we can try to have it, okay? And what does, okay, here also it's coming as a keep clean core concept. Okay, so decouple your core business systems. Okay, SAP on-premise or SAP S/4HANA cloud is there. Okay, have it for your only the transactional data, or maybe purchase order, process order, and other process side of it. All your extensions, all your custom codings, everything keep it inside the BTP. Okay, and this is more of a, across the environment. This is suitable actually. Okay, so reduce the upgrade cost. Okay, because when you migrate from S4 HANA maybe 1610 to 1709, maybe to 2020 something, right? So in that case, when you are migrating it, right, upgrading your systems, in that case, if you do not have much custom coding, it would be really go smooth, because all your custom code inside the cloud, and when cloud is getting migrated, okay, it is always the newer version will always have the uh, acceptability of the old versions of it. It will not directly get away with that. Okay, so that should not be any kind of issue. And so your turnaround time for the upgradations, it will be very less. Okay, and delegate the cloud integration scenarios to the cloud hub. Okay, and delegate non-ERP user roles like consumers to the cloud solutions. So this is what we have. Okay, so this is the overall part of it. So here we have a SAP BTP cockpit, SAP Fiori tools. Okay, and ABAP environment we have it. The coding of an ABAP environment we can do inside the Eclipse, right? And we can push the code inside the ABAP environment, and we have a connectivity with the cloud solutions and cloud web APIs, DocuSign, maybe bartender. We have Salesforce also, right? And we have on-premise systems also. It is already there, and which we can, as it is being consumed inside the BTP. We can also try to leverage the another BTP services also. Fine, here we are completing the session part of it. Probably I'll hand it over for the demo part of it now.
Now boosters are kind of add-ons that are available for you. Okay, even they help you with the additional resources and components that is available. Now look at this. What is it? It is a kind of a workflow management setup for your account. Now when I go with your workflow management, have you heard about the workflow earlier? In layman terms, just let's say it is a sequential execution of steps where we have some of the rules defined, we have some of the processes defined, or some of the approvals defined. Let's take a normal workflow for your leave approval. How does it flows? There are two people who comes in picture, right? One is your manager, and one is you being an employee. You request to the manager, the request goes via requester process, and then once it is approved, it goes to the system, and then you are enabled with a leave. That is a normal workflow that you have for your leave approval. Similarly, when you're working on some kind of a workflow, we have this workflow over here. Now whenever you are working on to the workflow management, we have many things. One is where we have a business rules, one is your process visibility, one is your workflow service, one is your workflow management. Okay, there are certain other subscriptions, or let's say these are some of the prerequisites that are required. But when I wanted to do lot of services enabled for me, what I'll be doing, I'll be running a booster. Okay, when I do the booster run, what will do is it will set up all the required roles for me under the same setup. Okay, now let's say I am going to the destination. Destination is basically a point into your BTP cockpit where you can have multiple sources running for you. Okay, it is basically pointing out to your any of the external remote systems which you are planning to consume the data from. Okay, now here if I run the booster, what it is doing, it is checking the authorization, it is doing the next step. Now you configure your account, it will ask me what are the entitlements. Now if I am running a booster, what it is giving me, it is running all the services in a one go. Basically it is what, it is a multiple service subscription at one time. Okay, I am just trying to subscribe it for my this account. This is the space. Okay, now this is what space, is it a cloud foundry space or is it a business application studio dev space? What kind of a space it is? It is a cloud foundry space. Okay, and if you are skeptical about this, what you can say is this space you will be able to find it under your cloud foundry, under your spaces. Okay, I can have multiple spaces onto my cloud foundry. Okay, let me show you that one. Okay, so this is the space that it is pointing out to, dev space. But as of now there are no applications under my dev space, so it will be onto this. But the name, okay, the name is dev. Just finish this. Now what it is doing, it is assigning the quota, it is subscribing to software as a service. Okay, now what kind of a software it is, we'll see this. Let this complete process be done. Now I wanted to subscribe for the services, so I'll go to the service catalog. Okay, now what is the service that I am opting for? That is a workflow. Okay, now this workflow management is retiring soon. Instead of that, something else will come. But when I go with this, I would have the customer stories. Now if any of the customer stories fit in, okay, let's say if I am just designing the workflow, initially I had a ABAP workflow which was running onto the system. Now I had a migration onto S4 HANA system. Now with this S4 HANA system, I wanted to do it onto the cloud. Right, in S4 HANA systems also you would have two variants. One is onto your cloud, one is onto the on-prem. Depending onto your use case, depending onto your requirements, you can go to your digital process automation. Right, there are many verticals that you have onto your BTP. Okay, now if I am going with the intelligent technologies, what I needed, if I want to include a bot in my process, if I want to have some of the processes predefined, let's say a leave request approval is something, whenever it is requested it should go to some process, and once it is done I want to do it based on to certain rules. So where can I define those rules? I can define those rules under your business rules. Here when you go with this.
Okay, fine. Now we will start with the new topic. Okay, so we are starting with the new environment, okay, which we wanted to do it. And as part of new environment, okay, how it is going to help us. Okay, so new environment, why we are studying, okay, when I'm saying, it's people are SAP is getting away with that one, but there are so many investment even current customers might have done in neo, and there are so many services are also running in the new environment. That is the reason we are learning the new environment. Okay, and we then gradually we will move from new environment to Cloud Foundry. Okay, and what is the combinations of it? What is the pros and cons of it? Okay, and then we'll move to the ABAP environment, and we'll move to the Kima as well. Okay, so this is how we can move it. Okay, so see, if you see my screen, right? So this is a architecture diagram how the data is getting flowing between the new and the on-premise systems. Okay, here we have the person is who are probably trying to use the Fiori applications. It is being connected to the new environment. This is the BTP what we have. Inside the BTP we have a new environment. In new environment the HANA service is there, and we have a connectivity part of it. Okay, so HANA service, it is there since almost 2010, because the platform started with the HANA cloud platform. Okay, so HANA was there since beginning. Okay, and if you see, right, this is the internet and the connectivity service is there. We are using the cloud connector. Okay, the secure tunnel we have it. Okay, and we are using the on-premise. Okay, when we say on-premise, we can also try to leverage the HANA Studio also, and we can also try to leverage the HANA cockpit, and it can be connected with the ECC also. Okay, so with the cloud connector, we can connect with the ECC. If you want to connect with the only HANA Studio with only HANA DB, okay, that is also possible. There are two objectives to showcase this particular diagram. One thing is, if we have a SAP ECC S4 HANA, we can connect with the cloud connector. And there are many organizations, they only and only use the HANA as a database, as a standalone, as a on-premise part of it. HANA as a database, as a on-premise, and they would try to build everything on HANA. That is also there. Okay, so there are many customers who are leveraging the HANA database extensively. Okay, so in that case, okay, we have a cloud connector. It can be connected to the HANA Studio and the HANA database as well, and we can create the services and we can deploy it over here. Okay, now coming back to the new environment. Okay, here why Neo is there. So BTP, the new environment is the enterprise platform as a service that provides the comprehensive application development service and capabilities on which we can build applications, we can extend it, and which we can also integrate it with the business application. Okay, so we have a see, okay, let me go to the earlier days. Okay, so when we have the Fiori applications running inside the new environment, so at that moment we can create the Fiori application inside the HANA Studio. Okay, very first it was the HANA Studio was there, and we can deploy all our things to the new environment, and so we can create the services, create the applications, we can integrate with the HANA database, and we can deploy inside the new environment. Okay, which we can build, extend also existing part of it, and integrate with the business applications. Okay, so if we need to extend the on-premise and cloud solutions, right? So even in new environment, okay, if you go with the ECC or S4 HANA, okay, ECC S4 HANA, it's part of Fiori library. Okay, we are having a lot of tons of Fiori applications by default offering by the SAP itself. Okay, so we can get the applications from the on-premise, okay, or we can build. Okay, if it is already existing applications, we can open it applications, we can extend it, we can check it out what are the extensions points are available. Okay, and we can make the adjustment and we can deploy it. So add extensions of the existing solutions, creation of new solutions, and we can deploy to the neo also, and we can also deploy the same applications to the on-premise also, on-premise gateway systems. Okay, and yes, okay, and if we have a combinations of on-premise and cloud, we can, that is also possible with the new environment. It was there earlier. Okay, so we can connect the multiple systems with the connectivity service. We can get the data, we can process the data, and we can deploy the applications, and we can have build the solutions with having the multiple different systems. Fine. And the new environments, it is a native native environment or the platform, okay, of the SAP proprietary part of it, which lets you develop the HTML5, Java, SAP HANA extended application services. Okay, because when we say SAP UI5, okay, the Fiori applications, which is having the library of SAP UI5, and SAP UI5 itself is based on the HTML5. So we can build all these kind of applications, and which we can create it, extend it, and deploy it to the new environment. Okay, and solution is made of various applications types, configurations created with the different technologies, right? Okay, and how are we going to migrate our applications from one sub account, let's say from development to quality to, and quality to pre-prod of it? Transport request, right? Fine. So when we have the new environment, it only deals with the BTP deployment and the on-premise deployment. And we all are aware that if we want to deploy our codes to the on-premise deployment, in that case, we need a transport request. And whatever the code, what we have, whatever the applications, what we have built it, we have to deploy it inside the um, gateway systems, right? So the TR will be created, okay, and we can also the TR will be created, and we can deploy to the gateway systems, okay. Similar way, okay, in that case, if you are deploying onto the gateway systems, the transport movement will happen from backend to backend, the gateway to gateway. Okay, so if we have GD systems, okay, then we will have a GQ system, GD to GQ. The applications will be migrated, and if you have the dev systems, okay, in that case, dev to quality in the backend, the data movement and the gateway services movement will be happening. Okay. However, when I'm saying this one, when you go to Discovery Center, okay, I will just try to showcase. When you go to Discovery Center here, we do have cloud transport management application services also there. When we open this one, okay. So if we want to move our cloud code, when I say cloud code, right, I mean Fiori plus CAPM code, okay, from one sub accounts to another sub accounts, development to quality, we can move it with the help of this service. And this is not the only way by which we can make it happen. Okay, we do have the we can have the Git repository, we can have the Azure repository, okay, and we can use the pipeline to move the code from one sub accounts to another sub account. But SAP is providing one of the service which we can try to leverage. So this is about the new environment, how we can deploy the code, what is possibility of it, and how we can migrate the code also. Fine. In that case, before jumping to the Cloud Foundry, maybe I'll take up the ABAP environment first. So guys, we already talked a lot about the ABAP environment, right? So, but I'll touch upon this point one more time. Okay. So it started with the 2017 ABAP environment, and SAP felt that that is a high requirement, that the ABAP developers needs to go do code inside the cloud, because heavy coding we have inside the on-premise system of it. So ABAP environments runs inside the HANA database itself, and it comes with the two kinds of concepts inside the ABAP environment. One is the managed access and unmanaged objects. Okay, managed objects, unmanaged objects, and it does provide the frameworks to create the objects inside the ABAP environment. Okay, and if you would like to connect with the HANA database which is on cloud, and HANA database which is on premise side of it, as for HANA or maybe ECC in HANA, okay, we can also directly connect with the database. We can we can create the objects in such a way, and we can create the ABAP CDS views which we can talk to each other. And as we already discussed about the S4 HANA cloud, right? So use cases of ABAP environment will be, for like this one, right? So if you want to create the extensions, okay, in S4 HANA cloud, the extensions are not permittable, okay, and you cannot by default based on the it's restrictions from the environment itself, the infrastructure itself, okay, because it's a limited part of it. Okay, so if I'm talking about the cloud side of it, okay, for HANA cloud. So if you can create all your extensions, all your custom coding inside the ABAP environment, you can connect with the S4 HANA cloud. Okay, S4 HANA cloud, we can have couple of data services by default available, and if you would like to create the new data services inside the S4 HANA cloud, that is also there. But we need to try to limit the any kind of custom development inside the S4 HANA cloud. Okay, even it's permissible, which is along with coming with a lot of restrictions. And ABAP environment share the same kind of foundations with the S/4HANA cloud. Okay, and S/4HANA clouds can be leveraged. Okay, it is a part of the S/4HANA cloud side of it. It can be a public cloud. Okay, it can be a private cloud, and it can be a hybrid also. Okay, so it comes with a couple of options, and in any of the cases, okay, we need to there is a we need to limit our any kind of development inside the S/4HANA cloud. Okay, and as you all know, right, the programming model will be ABAP RESTful applications programming is going to be there. So yeah, we are not going to deep dive further from the ABAP environment. Okay, fine. I'll take up the basic differences. Okay, the Neo and Cloud Foundry, and probably then we'll hand it over to the another part of it. So Neo is the SAP own proprietary. Okay, it is not the open source. That is the first thing. And Neo environment works only and only with the SAP data centers. When you select the Neo, or maybe if Neo has been selected, okay, you will not have any kind of option to select any of the other data center or the other regions also. That is not going to happen. Okay, because it's a proprietary of SAP. It runs only on SAP data center. It does have a limitations for the programming languages also. Okay, we have a HTML5, UI5, Java, HANA Access. Okay, and you cannot bring your own language. Okay, when I say own language, okay, you cannot work inside the Angular, React, Node.js. Okay, open any other language, Go, Python, it cannot support at all. So this is the difference between Neo and Cloud Foundry. And deep dive further, probably we are going to have it now. Maybe yeah, I mean, you can take it up.
Before moving on to the Cloud Foundry structure, can anyone help me with understanding what is cloud native and what is cloud? Vishal, you still have a question around the same topic? Your hand is still raised. What
Yeah,
is
we
a
can
cloud?
move on. Yeah.
Okay. What is a cloud native and what is a cloud? Okay. So when I say the cloud native, okay, the applications are more modularized. They are basically lightly coupled, where your infrastructure is working onto your distributed computing architecture. Okay. So whenever your cloud native comes in picture, basically your cloud foundry is onto your cloud native structure. Okay. First, let's log in into the cloud foundry. How can you log in into the cloud foundry? There are two ways. Either you log in via your terminal. Okay. Here, once you are onto your terminal, you can do it via CF login. Okay. Now, because I have already this URL, I have already logged into the Cloud Foundry space multiple times. I am able to get this API endpoint.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of using SAP BTP? Option A, lower total cost of ownership. Option B, increased development efficiency. Option C, seamless integration with SAP and non-SAP systems. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become a master of SAP BTP? Our comprehensive course is here to help you achieve that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all the ins and outs of SAP BTP, a powerful integration and extension platform for the intelligent enterprise. It's a game changer for building and extending applications, automating processes, and integrating data and systems. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you have a solid understanding of SAP BTP's capabilities. It's designed and delivered by industry experts who have extensive experience working with SAP BTP. Your instructors are seasoned professionals who have been in the trenches, and they're here to share their knowledge and insights with you. They'll guide you through the course material and answer any questions you might have along the way. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course, and their success stories speak volumes about its effectiveness. Best of all, this opportunity to gain valuable skills and knowledge is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to everyone who wants to enhance their SAP BTP expertise. Ready to take your career to new heights? Sign up for our SAP BTP course today. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Okay, so today we are starting with the Cloud Foundry. Now first let's understand what is Cloud Foundry and what is a Neo environment. Okay, now earlier when SAP came into picture, that time they were not using any kind of environment, let's say Kima, ABAP, these are not there in picture. Now because they have upgraded and moving on to the cloud native functionalities and all, they have to separate feature A and feature B depending on to the requirement or certain other factors coming in picture. They will bring up either the Neo or either the Cloud Foundry. Now what is a Cloud Foundry? Cloud Foundry is a polyglot environment. Now when I say it's a polyglot environment, what I mean by that is Cloud Foundry is providing you with the flexibility of having your own tool as well as having the open source runtimes for your application. Basically, Cloud Foundry is a cloud model of a PaaS, okay, platform as a service, where you are getting different types of runtime, even different types of services and other sort of things which will help you to build your application. Now when you go with the Neo environment, what we had is, first of all, the Neo was a SAP proprietary. Okay, it has some of the other systems, but the most of the support was only for the SAP data centers. But when you go with the Cloud Foundry, you will be able to use multiple data centers. Basically, if you log into your sub accounts, what you have multiple hyperscalers which are provided like AWS, GCP, and Azure. These are the data centers that will help you. Okay, even if you look at the Neo, the limitation was onto the programming languages that were supported. Okay, the languages mostly supported were the Java, HTML5, HANA XS. Okay, but when you go with your Cloud Foundry, what you have is you have the application support for Java, Node.js, Spring, Python, and certain other DBs also which are there. Okay, even you have the flexibility of bringing your own tools. Now what does the Cloud Foundry says is, you have to just tell me what is the application that you are basically pushing, irrespective of the runtimes and the compilers. For example, let's say I have to run a Java application, then what I need a Java compiler or a Java processor. But when I just push my application onto the Cloud Foundry, what I just have to push my application into a space which is hosted onto some organization. Okay, now let me share my screen. Now how do we log into the Cloud Foundry? Okay, either I do it by graphical or either I go with a terminal. Okay, just because we are exploring CLI today. Okay, now what does the CLI stand for? It stands for your command line interfaces. Okay, now there are two types of command line interfaces that we have. One is you have a BTP CLI. Okay, that is basically used by your admins and some other resources which will help you to take care of your accounts, sub accounts. If you want to have a deep dive onto the BTP CLI, what you can do is you can go to the tools.hana on demand. Okay, this is basically a site which is provided by SAP, which will help you with the certain installations or any other software which are required for the SAP developments. Okay, so we have this. You can go to this BTP CLI, just log into this, because it will be working on to your local instances. Okay, you have this as a client. What you need is you have to have a CLI, BTP CLI client to work with this. Right now, I am not going to do any kind of a local installation. Taking into consideration, we still have the limitation of the installation and all sort. So I'm just letting you know that there are two types CLI. One is a BTP CLI and one is a CF CLI. Now, when I say a CF CLI, I am referring to the Cloud Foundry CLI. Okay, if you want to get familiar yourself with this, you can even do the installations onto your own systems and try to explore this. Basically, when you do this BTP CLI, you'll be able to list some of the accounts, sub accounts, the global accounts, or what kind of a privilege a user or a admin can give it to a global user. Okay, so this will be done with a BTP CLI, basically taking a control of a global account and then taking care of. But for us, the main concern is the application related stuff, which is related to the Cloud Foundry. Okay.
Fine. So guys, what is schema? And as this is an environment, right? Schema is the environment. We have studied the environment generalized part. Okay, let's start with that. So schema is open source project built on the top of Kubernetes, which comprised of collection of projects, right? Collections of projects united together to simplify the extensions. Why they call it the extensions? Okay, because each of the microservices, the containers, okay, can talk to each other, and even if we need to leverage one component of one project inside the another component of another project, that is possible. Okay, so extensions, integrations with the monolithic softwares. Okay, and all the investigations, learning and frustration of the projects to use and how to integrate them together. Okay, so in a cloud foundry that is not going to happen because both the containers are different. Okay, and you cannot split it out, but that is possible with the cloud found with the schema environment. Okay, and so why the ongoing maintenance and the improvements? Because each component has its own life cycle, right? So that is the reason, maintenance and improvement would be much more better, and providing the opportunity to quickly connect and extend the applications. Why quickly connect? Because you already have a containers different deployed and the various features. Okay, so and which we can try to leverage inside some other project also. Okay, the project started with the SAP and with the joint effort with the Google also, and this is what we have it. Okay, this has been taken from the blogs. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so the Kima environment provides a fully managed the Kubernetes runtime based on the open source project Kima. Kubernetes, similar to the Cloud Foundry, is the open source platform managing the application's lifecycle. In contrast to CF, it has a much larger focus on the container orchestration. So basically, entire governance of the container. Okay, starting from lifecycle, versioning, maintenance, everything, the lifecycle of it, right? That we can deploy it, and we can also create the pipeline also. Okay, so entire stuff, it's called container orchestration, the governance part of it. Okay, and the scalability also. Okay, so if, let's say you already have one small microservice or container, you already deployed it, right, which you would like to leverage with the another maybe project, right? In that case, you can try to use as it is. If you want to modify it, you can try to copy and you can extend it too. Okay, so that is also possible. Schema allows the developers to extend the SAP solutions with the serverless functions and combine them with the containerized microservices. You can also use the schema environment to deploy the microservices or even the build full stack application, right? So this we are clear with that. Here Kima will not be available free of cost, right? So we are not going to have deep dive further our hands-on for the Kima part of it. We are going to give you the development tutorials, which okay, and we can focus on this part. Okay. This we already discussed of it, right? The global account, it contains the entitlement billing information. We have directory. We can have the directory. We cannot have the directory. Directory is not a main mandatory. Okay, we can have sub accounts, environment, and quotas and entitlements are done. This is how the regions admins license cycle. Here we can add the admins and region access what we need to give it. This is general domain, right? We already discussed this couple of times. This is about the step-by-step procedures what we have for the schema, right? How we can set it up. We need to give assignment of it, and we also need some kind of software installations as part of the schema environment, because we also it is based on the Kubernetes, so the software requirement is there. So as this is the infrastructure side of it, formation, we are not deep diving it further. Global sub account schema environment we need to configure, and we can post to that we can develop it. Okay, and it will be for both for trial and environment. Okay. Why? Okay. See, okay, this is a use case of it, right? So if we have any kind of cloud solutions, okay, if we can have the S/4HANA cloud, okay, it perfectly makes sense to go ahead with the schema environment, because these are kind of restrictive environment, because we cannot do much development and the extension within the system of it. Okay, so in this case what we can do, we can try to leverage the schema. However, I'm not saying CF cannot be leveraged. Okay, CF can also be leveraged, but schema is a preferable approach. Okay. These are another examples. These all are the cloud offerings by the SAP, and which we can try to leverage. Okay. Even SAP, sorry, Kima is the open source one, right? So here also you can bring your own language, and we can try to create, our own applications in our language, and we can try to deploy it, and that will work. Okay. There are some limitations with the versionings as well. Okay. Okay, so this is a Kima will come with its own dashboard. Okay, and it has own command line tools. It's called CTL, right? Command line tool, and yeah, so this is what we have it. Okay, it's called Kima platform for extending the applications with the microservices, serverless functions. Again, the same thing, CLI and UI through the which we can connect with your applications to the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so basically, when you create the applications, right, this is completely technical part of it, right, and user will not get any kind of feel that it is working on Cloud Foundry or Kima. It is just about how would you like to maintain your components inside the Cloud Foundry or Kima environment, and that's all. Okay, so for user there is no change. For even our functional there is no change. The people are working in a functional space, and only the way we deploy our application to the environment, right? Only that portion is going to change. So as only the deployment of the application, okay, the way we are going to deploy our UI component, our service layer, okay, app component, service layer, and the DB component, only that is going to be changed. Okay, apart from that there is no change. And so you can implement the business logic you require by creating the microservices and serverless functions, right? That is the advantage of having this one. If you would like to go ahead with the normal way, you can still go ahead with the Cloud Foundry as well, and even that works on the container concepts, and trigger them to react the particular events and call to your application's API. And schema address the needs related to microservices architecture, right? Event consumptions, authentications, logging, tracing, monitoring, and alerting of each of the components, right? And the service catalog allows you to easily consume of cloud services available by hyperscalers, right? So we can also connect with the hyperscalers, and we can take it forward. Okay, so this is a bit about the Kubernetes installations, the command line tool installations. We have it. This is about how we can create the instance of it. Okay, we'll post to the blogs. Okay, for this one, and here we do have the SAP event mesh. If there is some event has been happening, right? Maybe logically or somewhere, something has been like, threshold has been reached. Okay, logically. Okay, in that case, we can create the event and we can take it forward, right? So that will work in a various forms. Okay, Maybe I'll give you one of the examples, right? Whenever let's say we have a container, right? Uh, we have a truck, okay, container, okay, and in that the temperature has been crossing, maybe 10 degrees plus, okay, and like let's say or 5 degrees plus, okay, and we have ice cream as a inside the container, okay. So if it is going to increase the temperature, ice cream is going to melt, right? So if whenever the threshold is within the limit, okay, it is fine, but otherwise we need to create some kind of triggering event so that respective people will come to know that something has been filled inside the container and the temperature has been increasing, right? So this is just event match, right? So based on uh, certain logic, right, we can create the event and we can notify something. We can also trigger the actions inside the SAP systems also, and we can notify also. This is in general, okay. um, this is in general, yeah. Okay, schema eventing, okay. And here where okay, I said about something about the event mesh in general, but even within the schema they are using the SAP event mesh heavily. Okay, so this is a console, right? If something has not been failed, right, troubleshooting part of it. Okay, how we can deploy our SAP UFI front-end applications to the schema environment, and we need to select the right environment, the right component, and the prerequisite has to be met, and then we can moving from on-premise era to the cloud, and we can also deploy our applications to the schema. Okay, the prerequisite, okay, I'll post the links, okay, in some time. Okay, and the same thing will go to the SAP Wi-Fi as well. And Git, Node.js, UFI tooling, everything is available inside the BAS. Okay, Docker installations, that is a separate, that is required for the schema. Apart from that, we can also have the Kubernetes command line tools which we can download and install, and deploying to MS SQL API endpoints. Okay, so this is our prerequisites of it, complete prerequisite. These three are common for the these two are common for the CF as well. Okay, this is in general steps what we have. Okay, I'm not going to detail of it one because we need to, it's about enabling the plan of it, assignment of the roles and schema part of it. Okay, everything talks about that one. And the connectivity, we can do it. The matrix and logs schema comes with its own dashboard, right? So we can check, we can go to that dashboard, we can check the matrix and logs, and we can have the environment backup also. This is again the same thing, marketplace, we can get it.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if it is visible. Now, whenever your Cloud Foundry is logged in, okay, you'll be getting this a user, organization, and a space. Okay, now what does this space represent? A space will be having it's a kind of a workspace, okay, where your applications will be deployed and your application run times build or the dependencies will be available, but it will be available into the modularized format. Now for today's exercise, what we have is a 12-factor methodology. Okay, now because the Cloud Foundry is a kind of a cloud native environment. Okay, now when I say it's a cloud native environment, a cloud native environment is aligned with a 12-factor methodology. Okay, there are some of the factors, even there are some of the do's and don'ts which we have to keep in consideration to make our application available. Okay, so the first thing is a code base. Okay, now whenever you see that I talk about a code base, it is directly referring to your Git environment. Okay, now when I'm saying a Git environment, what is a Git basically? Let's say it is a single source of truth when I'm developing an application. Okay, because see, even if I am developing an application, it is a continuous process. Okay, it's not like once I have developed and it will there are no changes that are going to come in future. It's never like that. Okay, whenever you are doing any kind of a application, it is always a continuous integration and a continuous development. Okay, when I refer to the continuous integration, it could refer to the push, it could refer to the build or any other operation. when I refer to the continuous delivery, it is a delivery object, or let's say a application which has been delivered without breaking the existing features of it. Okay, so that is one of the main factor which you should consider even while you are developing your applications, is your application's code base is a single source of truth where all the changes, all the application details have been mentioned, because multiple application developers, multiple teams would be working on to that. So whenever you make a exit, or whenever you make any kind of a commits or any other thing, make sure it is aligned. Okay, always your system or your code base is updated. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a application which is available already, which demonstrate a application. Okay, for me, what is this application? It is somewhere available, the code base is available into a repository. Okay, it's a kind of a public repository which is available, so I'm going to use that source. Okay, now what is this? I am cloning a code base from a repository which I consider that it is a code base. Okay, the first one. The second option that I have to do is I have to push this application. Okay, now whenever I push this application, what my Cloud Foundry will do, it will try to find out what are the packages that are available, what are the runtimes that are available. Okay, so the other thing that I can do it with the Cloud Foundry is I can find out how many runtimes are available, how many build packs are available. Okay, so what I can do is I can find out the same using the marketplace command. Okay, now when I'm saying a marketplace, okay, it's a kind of a discovery center, okay, for Cloud Foundry runtime, where what are the services that are available, what are the runtimes that are available, that will be displayed over here. The other difference is your Cloud Foundry marketplace and the one that you have into your account, right? This service marketplace and the Cloud Foundry marketplace are different things. Okay, this is availing you with the services that are available under your BTP. It is availing you with the applications or the runtimes that are available for your environments. Okay, the service offerings can also be found out using this command. Now, if you want to go in more detail about the Cloud Foundry, what you can do is the command help. Okay, so you can use the CF help also. So, whether I want to find out the space or whether I want to create a space. Now, when I'm trying to create a space, if I say just CF create hyphen space, it will not work. Okay, now what I have to provide, I have to provide a organization under which I would be using it. Okay, so let's say I am creating a CF space over here. Let's say it as a QA. Okay, it's a quality space that I am creating. Now here I want to say that I am creating under my organization. So where is my organization listed? My organization would be listed when I logged in for the first time over here, right? It will be able to create the space. Okay, now what it is telling, it is creating a space. Okay, now if I want to list out how many spaces are available for me, so I can even list out. Now I have created a space in this particular organization. Two spaces should be available. Now when I try to push this application, okay, when I try to push this application, it will ask me which space I want to deploy. So whenever I am trying to deploy the application, I have to first set, okay, I have to first set the organization. Okay, so what is my organization? This is the organization that I am working. Okay, so I will set the target. Okay, so let's set the target. Now what is the target for me? This is the target organization, and inside this target organization I would be deploying the application. everyone is able to use this repository? Have you tried cloning this repository? Okay, now I'm going with the next step. Okay, now whenever I try to open an application, what I have to do is I will be pushing all my applications into a particular space. Okay, because I will first set the target, because I have two spaces, right? Now in the under this target, I have to mention -o, the organization name for me. Okay, so if I'm not able to find the organization name, I can go to my trial account and find the one for me. This is the organization name for me. So I'll go to the Business Application Studio, put my organization name, -s, and the space that I want to deploy the application. For me, I'll be deploying it into the dev space. Now my organization has been set. Now I want to deploy the application. The first thing is either I can change the directory using the CD and the path, or I can go to this and open it into the integrated terminal. Okay, I would just say it as a CF push -- random route. Okay, now why I'm doing a random route? Because I am not decided whether I want to create a specific URL for my application. Okay, now whenever you deploy your application, it will generate a random route for you. Everyone will have a different route. Okay, now as of now, if I go to my dev space, okay, how many dev spaces are listed? I have 2 dev spaces, and inside the dev spaces, what I will have the applications, services, HANA Cloud Instance, routes. Okay, now if you look at the routes, it is all blank. The moment I do the CF push random route, it will start pushing the application without asking me what is the package that it is working for. Okay, it is taking a Node.js Cloud Foundry build package for me. Okay, it is not asking me any kind of a runtime. So now what does the Cloud Foundry does? Cloud Foundry says, irrespective of the application that you are deploying, I'll take care of the packaging, I'll take care of the dependencies that are available. Okay, let the process complete. What it is doing, it is saying waiting for app. Okay, so this is the name of my app that is waiting to run, but it is saying instance starting. Okay, once it is running, then only we can see what is the application that is available. Okay, as soon as your application is deployed or it is pushed, basically what is happening, it is being deployed. Now what is it doing? It will tell me what is the build pack, what is the version, what is the detected application type. It says that is the application type. Along with that, what it gave me a route. Okay, it gave me a route for the application. Here what it is doing, I will just copy this. Okay, and I'll try to open it into the new window. Here what it is showing, it is showing that it is a app which is available, but what it is based on, it is based onto the vcap services. If you're working, see, because I'm working onto the Node.js, okay, it is based onto the vcap services. If I am working onto the Java environment, it would be a Spring services. Now what are these services? These services are nothing but your microservice architecture, which will give you the modularization. Okay, which will give you the containerization as well. Now when I had deployed my application, okay, when I deployed my application under my application routes, okay, let me show you that. There is a application which is available for me. Okay, it will, the route will tell you the host name, it will tell you the path, it will tell you the domain. Okay, now when I'm saying a domain, it is being deployed onto the Cloud Foundry space, the application name is displayed over here. But how many instances are running? Instances are referring to the containers. It is referring to the application where it is being consumed. For example, if you are using a net banking account, right? So how many instances are running? There are a lot of instances are running, but how many out of them are active? Only the users who have already logged in into that application would be active. Now in case if I want to see where is my application, so I can go to the application. But all of this, okay, all of this, where it is available, it is available into the development space. Okay, now I'll go to the applications. Okay, now the application is into the running state. If you click onto here, you'll be able to see that what is the root. This is also the root of the application. If I want to start, stop, all of the applications can be done over here. Now if I want to see, okay, let's say if I want to see the logging, okay, the logs, if I want to see what are the logs that are available for my application, so for my application level, logs are available. Now what is the usage of the logs? Logs are basically available to identify whether if any resource is failing, or if any of the resources, or let's say any of the dependencies are available or not. Okay, so that is the case and the usage of your logs. So out of this, we have just covered up this code base, and then we just covered up this logs. Okay, so now if you look at it, your URL which is running is a different, right? And the one which I was running is a different. These are two different routes which are generated, because I have not defined any kind of a security in my application. As of now, it's not there. There are no restrictions for me as of now. Okay, now I just wanted to check how many applications are available into my space. Okay, so what I can do is I can just ask CF apps. Okay, so the name of the app, the status, the process, and the routes will be also displayed over here. Now in case I want to add some of the dependencies, okay, so what I can do is I can add those dependencies using the set environment variable. Okay, so how do I set the environment? I have to use the command cf set -env environment. What is the environment that I want to set, and to which application I want to set? So I'm just saying I want to set some environment to the application. Let's say my name of the application is 12 logs. Okay, so cf set environment, set the environment 12 logs with the name as dog_breed. Okay, the name of the breed is setter. Okay, now what it will do, now my application is set with some kind of a variable. Environment variable could refer to any of the dependencies which you want to add in. Let's say I want to add another category to it. Okay, now whenever there is a change of your application, or there is a change of the environment variable, it is advisable to restage your application or restart your application. You can start or stop your applications from here also. Okay, so either you go with your spaces. Even this could lead to the downtime. Okay, it will take some time for us to restage. Okay, now let's say I am restaging my application. Okay, the moment I restage my application, what will happen is if I try to refresh this URL, okay, because it is already running. It is not causing anything. But the moment it is tracing out the logs, and if I try to refresh, it will not launch my URL. Before the building of your application, it will cause some downtime. Basically, it will take some time to have an upgrade of the environment variables which you have set into that particular application. Here it is saying instance starting. If I try to do that, here you see it is saying that the requested route does not exist. Even though the application has been deployed, it is into the starting stage, it is not into the running stage. Until and unless your application is into the running stage, it will not be able to fetch the routes that you are trying to use for that application. Okay, now the application is into the running stage. I want to see. Okay, now earlier there was no display of the applications. Now basically the dog breeds, you see the environment configuration has been set. Okay, now the dog breed is setter and the sub dog breed. But even though this is set, how many instances are running? Only one instance of my application is running. If you try to do the next, you'll be able to see the dogs now. I want you to try the same with your applications. Try to set this environment variables. Let's say today I have created an application. Okay, now in my application I want to integrate a Google Map. So what is a Google Map? It is a kind of a dependency which I will have for the Google API. If that Google API needs to be integrated, I have to set that environment for my application. So that is setting the environment. Enabling your existing application with some of the add-on features is a set environment. Here if you see, I have some of the dependencies. Okay, I am defining the dependencies over here. These dependencies were there, but if you want to see where is my application being loaded, so what you can do is you have one YAML file over here. Here if you see, I have a JS file and I have a doc.js file. Now my base URL, see when I initially set the environment, I was telling you I am referring to the CF services, sorry, the VCAP services. Now whenever my application is being created, I have to tell that what kind of an environment it is referring to. Okay, I am saying that I am using a Node.js package, and what kind of a service it is using. It is using a VCAP service. Now when I'm using a VCAP service, I have to tell what is the dependency that is available. Okay, so here is where I'm setting this environment variable over here. See, if I look at the process building, right, what I had done, I have already had a code base. I am trying to load the dependencies also, explicit dependencies, because I am trying to fetch the data which is there. It is from this particular application. 1 minute. From the base URL, this is there. From this base URL, I have written a command which says I have to get the data. Initially, if you look at the variable, okay, I am trying to fetch this. Okay, here, okay, let's say if I am getting this. Initially, when I loaded my application, there were no pictures which were getting displayed. Were you able to display the pictures initially? No, right? Now what I am doing, I am requesting. Okay, basically when I'm setting the environment, I am telling the base URL that this is the base URL, but which breed it should fetch, it should process. Okay, it should process the breed and subbreed using the titles. Let's say English and this breeder. Okay, this is available under this URL. Okay, let me open this. Okay, this is basically a API that I am pointing out to. Okay, now whenever I try to get this, it is referring to the breeds. Okay, now if I try to fetch in, what is the operation that I am performing? I am performing the get operation over here, right? You see, get operation. When I am setting, or when I am just explicitly mentioning that I want to get a breed, which is referring to, just a second. Here I am explicitly setting that get me the breed which is a setter, okay, or get me the subread which is English. If it is present, then your application is able to load the images, right? Basically,
Yeah.
I'm performing a get operation. Basically, a get method. That is what I am doing. It is fetching from your response of the get configuration. Here you see setting the configuration over here. It is basically a sample application. Okay, this is just
Yeah,
to
Ron.
make you aware of. You don't need to restage, but it is a good practice to restage your application whenever you're loading something new. Basically, a restage is nothing but a kind of refresh that you're giving for your application.
Yeah, correct.
In this application, if you look at it, okay, which is running, but here, if I want to add this database to this database doc collection, I will not be able to do so, okay, because there is no database instance available to this. Okay, for example, if I want to create a record, that even though the table exists, if I am not giving any kind of a data, or if there is no database that exists, then I'll not be able to store that data. So basically, for creating a persistence layer or a database instance, what I have to do is I have to check if there is any kind of service which is available for storing this data. Okay, I want to check if there is any service available which can store the data for me. So how do I check if any service is available for me? Discovery Center. Okay, so what is this Discovery Center available for? It is available for BTP, right? But as of now, we are under which space? Are we doing it at the application level, or are we doing it at the BTP level? If I am onto the, if I want to check it onto the application level, what is the runtime that I'm using? I'm using a Cloud Foundry environment, right? Which is a basically runtime for me. So where should I check what are the services that are available for me? Cloud Foundry, but where? So CF Marketplace. So here in my marketplace, I'll be able to find everything that will help me with the marketplaces. Basically, what kind of a services are available. See, here it is for a UI flexibility. So what is the service instance that I can use for? I can use it for a UI5 application. I have one as a trial. Okay, I have few other services. Let's say mobile services are there, build work zone standard services are there, SAS registry is there, HTML5 repository is there, enterprise messaging is there. These are the services that are available. Okay, now for me, I want to see if there is anything that is available for me. Okay, so I'm aware of that there is a Postgres service. Okay, now what is a Postgres service? Have you anytime heard of Postgres? It's a kind of a open source that is available for your database. Okay, so that is freely available for us into your Cloud Foundry marketplace. So let's say I am taking the instance of just the Postgres. So what I'll do is I will check if in the marketplace, okay, if that service is available. Okay, depending on to your Cloud Foundry version, you're supposed to use the S, or you're supposed to use the E as a parameter. Okay, you'll be able to find a list of all those parameters if you go to your CF. There is a documentation which is available for the usage of the Cloud Foundry commands, basically. Okay, so you'll be able to find it over here. Okay, if I want to check how to deploy the application using a Cloud Foundry, what are the build packs that are available, whether the Node.js build packs are available, what kind of a version that is available. Okay, whether it is a VF6, 7 or 8. Okay, you'll be also able to find that. Now I am having a plan. Okay, what is a plan? It's a trial. The service is the Postgres service, And what it is offering? It is offering a free service. Okay. And what is a broker? Basically a kind of a connection between this. If it is available, what I wanted to do is I wanted to create an instance. Okay. I want to first create an instance. Now, what is the instance? Instance is basically a copy that is available. Okay. Okay. Now, as of now, you see that I have only one instance. Okay. Now, this instance is every time you deploy an application, or if you are having any additional component, it will be available. But as of now, there is no instance that is available for my Postgres. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to create a Postgres instance basically for adding the command, basically for storing the data. Here I'm using everything from an open source, so I want to use this Postgres, which is available for me. It is nothing but a SQL, so I can perform the create, read, update, delete, all this operation. When I want to say that add this, okay, add this doc collection, so I want to add this over here. So let me do that. I am saying that I want to create a service instance. Okay, create hyphen service. Create a service instance. For which service? I want to do it for a Postgres SQL. Okay. Now when I do that, I want to say the name also for my trial environment, because that is the plan that is available for me. So the command goes like cf create service, the name of the service that you want to use, the plan that is available, and the instance name which you want to say. Let's say I'm using a dog db. Okay, that is the name that I want to give. Now what it is doing, it is creating the instance for me. Okay. Now the moment it is creating, it will say the create is in progress. Okay. Now if you go to your again over here, you will even be able to see the instance. Okay. The instance name is the name that I have created. What type of a service it will be consuming? It will be using the Postgres SQL, which is a hyperscaler option. What is the plan that is available? It's a trial. And under which environment it will be running? It would be running under the Cloud Foundry. And for which space it would be working on? It would be working on to the dev space. Now, till the time your status is not in running stage, you'll not be able to bind your application. Okay. Now, what is binding? Basically, binding is a process. Let's say I have a UI5 application. Okay. Now, in my UI5 application, I want to consume the data which is available onto some remote system. Even though I list out that data into a OData services into my manifest, unless I define it into the model section, I will not be able to consume it. Okay. So let's say that definition is happening over here into the instances, but until and unless it is available for the consumption or it is into the running stage, you will not be able to bind this. Okay. Now for this application, it has to be into the running state. Now if I want to see the status, okay, even I can use it under this, or just because I have specified the name, I'll check over here. Okay. The name of the service, what is the GUID, type of a service, the offering, the trial. Okay. The status. For me, the status is still in create in progress. Kindly follow. It will just take some time to put it into the running mode. Okay. Until and unless the status is in not in a running mode, we cannot bind that. Is everyone able to get the service Postgres into their application? See, even if there are certain offerings that are available, it will still be there will be certain limitations depending on to the organization level also. There are two commands that are available. One is CF marketplace -e Postgres SQL -db. The other is a CF create. Postgres is a open source. It will not incur you any cost, but while you go with your HANA one, it will incur you a cost if, for example, if the data management, the document management is not required. I can simply go with the Postgres if there is a creation updation that is required. But in case if large size of the files, let's say I am creating any of the insurance applications, in that case I need to take data from the user where they are just submitting the kind of a claims. In that case, that will not be helpful for me because the limitation would come in picture, or in case if there is an application which needs a graphical or the spatial data to be stored, in that case what I can do, instead of going with the Postgres, I can still go with the HANA, keeping in mind the cost also which we have to incur. We have to still take into consideration what is available and what is required for us. There are
Okay.
certain other factors which will come in place when we are going with any of the services.
Hey there! Want to become a master of SAP BTP? Our comprehensive course is here to help you achieve that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all the ins and outs of SAP BTP, a powerful integration and extension platform for the intelligent enterprise. It's a game changer for building and extending applications, automating processes, and integrating data and systems. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you have a solid understanding of SAP BTP's capabilities. It's designed and delivered by industry experts who have extensive experience working with SAP BTP. Your instructors are seasoned professionals who have been in the trenches, and they're here to share their knowledge and insights with you. They'll guide you through the course material and answer any questions you might have along the way. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course, and their success stories speak volumes about its effectiveness. Best of all, this opportunity to gain valuable skills and knowledge is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to everyone who wants to enhance their SAP BTP expertise. Ready to take your career to new heights? Sign up for our SAP BTP course today. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Now I have one instance running. In my application, I have just one instance running because I don't have any of the database which is available. Now, whenever you have your database instances, where will you be able to see your instances or your CF services that are present? Where will you able to see that? The services which are listed in my Cloud Foundry space over here, there are two instances that were present. So on to which level I'll be able to see the instances for my Cloud Foundry? You will be able to see it under instances and subscriptions. See, I was able to see two instances, right? One is a DocDB and one is a HANA DB. So these two instances are available over here. Okay. Now these two instances are available over here. If you want to see if the key is binded or not, what you can do is you can navigate over here, and as of now, is there any key that is binded to my instance? Is there any key that is binded to my instance? So the answer is no. As of now, there is no key that is binded to my application. But for this instance, what is the application that is binded? It is 12 dogs. Okay. Now, if you want to create it over here, you can create it. But it is a good practice to create it over here because it will give you the VCAP services and all other instances running automatically. So how will I create the service instance? We have already created the service yesterday. Now I wanted to create a service key. Okay, so first thing is I wanted to find out what are the services available. Second command is cf apps, just to see if the apps are available or not. Every time I have the service apps running or something, I just want to see if the DB binding is there for me. If you want to exit out of your terminal, what you can use is you can use a control C. Is everyone able to bind their service? Okay. Now, once your service binding instance is done, what I have to do is I have to create a configuration for my Postgres in a Cloud Foundry. Okay. Even though, see, once I have this Postgres is a kind of an instance that is available. But for me, I will not be able to create. Okay. Let's see. Let me show you this one. Okay, adding a collection to this database, even though this is a database connection, but will this be established? No, until and unless I have a table for me where I have to add this. Let's say this is a empty table that is available and this is the data that is getting created in this table. Now if that is the case, first I need to have a table to store this data, basically this data collection. So what I will do, I will have to connect. Okay, I have to connect this service using the key. So what I will do, I will create a key for the same. Service binding is done. Now I want to create the key. For whom I am creating a service key? For my instance which is there. What is my instance? It is logdb is the instance. Let me check if there is a hyphen. There is a hyphen. Okay, this create of a key is present. Now where will I be able to see this? I'll be able to see it under my sub account. Earlier was this key present? No, there was only the application which was binded. Now I have the key also which is available for me. Now this key, what does it store? It store your DB name, it will store your host, it will store your password, it will store your port. Now if I have to connect it to my DB, okay, what is my DB over here? Postgres is a DB, but do I have any kind of a terminal or let's say a tool to explore the Postgres? Do we have it? For example, let's say for my HANA trial, I would have a explorer window, which we will see in some minutes. Okay. For me, there is nothing that is available to use or basically to create the Postgres tables or something. So for that, I would be needing a local installation of a Postgres. Okay. Now, how do I connect this local terminal to the one which is available for my remote instance? For me right now, where is my Cloud Foundry running? My Cloud Foundry is running onto some kind of a terminal, which is a virtual terminal. But for my DB, which would be my Postgres, I have to connect this to. Okay. So for if that is the case, I have to go with a local installation of a Postgres to do the service operations like create, delete, all these operations. So taking in consideration the time, I'll just let you know that how we do the Postgres installation, okay? But I will not be able to show you that, okay? Here you, what you can do is there is a proper documentation which you will be having, okay? In case if you want to do this connectivity, what you need this binding, okay? In this binding you will be having this parameters called as db name, host name, the password and the port, okay? These parameters are required for you to connect your cloud foundry to your local instance. And how you do that? You have to do it using your service key. So let's say cf service hyphen key. What's the service key that we have created? Was the service key that we have created? DB key, right?
DB key.
What it will generate? It will generate the same thing. Okay, it will generate the same thing. Here, if you are seeing, you'll be able to see the same credentials. Okay, but how do they connect? I have to connect it to the port which is running. And how do you find the port for your terminals? You'll be able to find it using the netstat-a as a command onto your networks. Till here, can you just perform the steps? At least till creating your key. Now the service bindings you'll be able to find under your applications also. Go to your spaces. Once it is created successfully, okay, then only you'll be able to see that. Here you'll be able to see the service bindings for you. If you want to see the data, you'll be able to see the data also over here. This data is the same data that you are able to see over here. So first of all, whenever you are having any kind of a data, do you give the database access to anyone? From a security point of view, you have to make sure that the data is into the right hands, right? So how do you manage that? You have to manage it using a service key. Even if you see at this point, what it is saying, it is just hiding your sensitive data. It's a kind of authentication, okay? Even you can bind this authentication from your service catalogs. But right now we are just exploring a terminal part where, you know, we can create or bind the service. Let me show you the other thing, that if I go over here, I think there was a point which you bind your instances to your services. Now this is a remote data, okay? Now this remote data, I want to connect it to my local data. For example, let's say if you are having a local app, let's say your local Google Drive installation, even though you have a Gmail account, and if you have installed your local Google Drive, how do you authenticate that? ID password, right? So it is acting as a ID password. You see that name, it is a user and a password. Until and unless you are having this user and a password, you will not be able to access that from a local instance. Now what I have is I have a DB, I have a service key. Now the system instance is required. I wanted to create. Okay, whenever I want to create this, first is whenever your service has been created, make sure to have a copy of that. Okay, you can even download it from here. It is the data that is matching. Okay, you'll be able to see that the data is matching over here. Now what I wanted to do is I wanted to bind this. Okay, the application which is running onto my cloud, I want to have a database for my application. Just hold on for a minute. This application, add doc to the collection, this collection should be added over here. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I want to have a handshake, okay, between the two different systems, the system which is available onto my local instance and the one which is available onto my cloud. So what is the instance that is available onto the cloud? What is the instance that is available onto the cloud? The name of the app is basically the one that is available on the cloud. Now if you have a Postgres local installation, okay, then you will be able to connect it. But as of now, I'll just show you how to establish the handshake between two. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to allow the handshake between the spaces. What is the space onto which we have the application deployed? Onto which space we have our application deployed? Okay, what it will do, it will basically enable the support for me. Now once the support is available for me, I have to find out. Okay, I have to find out how is that I can connect this app. So the other thing is I will every time do any changes, I will restart my app or even restage this. Okay, the number of instances are running are 0. Once I have this app enabled with the SSH, I can use this DB, the password and the port. There is one more terminal which is required. So what I need is I need a port which is running onto my Postgres local installation, that you will be able to find out if you are having a local installation. For me, I have not done any kind of a local setup, so I'll just help you with the command. Okay, there is a documentation which is available to get the understanding of your application. As of now, I'll just show you how to scale up or scale down your application. Basically, scaling up and scaling down your application means just to add the instances. Okay, so what you can do is you can scale your apps using a CF scale, the name of your application, and the instances that you want to run. For example, -I represents the instance. Let's say I want to have the 3 instances. Okay, so how many are showing? 0, 1, 2. Only one out of them is running. Even into this, you'll be able to see the instances that are running. But if you don't have a active DB which is connected to this, so you'll not be able to see that until and unless it is into the stage. Okay, the memory consumption, the disk available also will be available over here. If you want to see the apps that are running, so CF app, How many instances are running? As of now, these 3 instances are running. To see if it is there. There are 2. It is starting one by one. Okay. Basically, the scaling of the app represents your modularization, or let's say your containerization. If something breaks in between, your microservices are capable of taking care of the service instance without letting it fail. Okay. So that is why we are required with the scaling. Okay, so this is about the introduction which we had it for your Cloud Foundry command line 12 factors. So the Cloud Foundry apps are scalable. Okay, now let's say I am using one server, let's say a Facebook server. So how many servers, or let's say instances, are running for Facebook? So the answer is the number of users who have logged in, who have authenticated, are a kind of an instance that are consuming that application. Facebook is one application only, right? But how many instances are running? The people who have used that application, they have logged in. So that is an instance. So I cannot have one application. I cannot have only one person logging in. I need to have multiple instances. Instance is nothing but a copy. Let's consider it as a copy of the application that is used by multiple people. So can you keep one instance for you only, or if you're using an application, it will be used by multiple people, right? So are you creating 100 applications, or you are creating one application and distributing it with 100 people? So the distributing of your application is via the instances. If you have enabled auto scaling, it will be able to take the number of requests irrespective. For example, let's see here, it is saying unlimited. It is saying unlimited. But what is the status? Earlier the status was running, starting. Only first instance was running because that was already consumed by me, right? If you look at it, the number of times I have refreshed it, it was showing you the different instances over here, right? So that is how we are just trying to scale up the apps. Okay, but you cannot have a limitation onto your applications that is being consumed. So there are certain configurations also we have to take care of while we are using the application. Let's say a generic scenario of your Fury applications itself, right? That I am a authorized user, but sometimes for me, if I am not allowed to consume a database, I'll not be able to see the data. So again, I need some roles which are required for me. So how is that I do? I have to request a person. So that person is enabling me with that role, and then only I'll be able to consume it. So there are certain other configurations or the factors that would come in picture for having the application running for multiple people. So that's how we have completed the 12 factors for us.
Fine, let's start. Okay. So guys, we learned ABAP environment, we learned new environment, we learned Kima environment, and we also learned the Cloud Foundry environment. Okay. And so what is the difference between the new environment and the Cloud Foundry environment? And this is a very commonly asked question inside the interview as well. So I hope you can see the differences, right, guys? So it's an open source. Neo is SAP proprietary. Here we can have multiple languages: Node.js, PHP, Python, Go, Ruby. Right here we can have the limited languages, right? Java, HTML5, HANA Access. Here, what you mean? Okay, bring your own language if you want to do it in as a AngularJS, React.js. That is also possible. Okay, here apart from this, it is the restrictive one, right? Uh, Programming language are supported by this and this, and okay, these are the supported. And the last one is supports only the SAP data center. Okay, and this is across the any kind of hyperscaler, AWS, Azure, GCP, right? Any other, even Alibaba, it can support the other data center also. Cloud connector settings. Okay. uh, Okay, so when you install the cloud connector, okay, this is what you will get it. Here you will not get any kind of sub accounts, okay, and the trial version having only the 2 sub accounts can be created. I guess so. Okay, I don't remember this part now, okay, because yeah. Okay, and if you want to include, okay, there are two possibilities. Why do we need a cloud connector? If we need to connect the on-premise with the BTP, or right, the vice versa, right? In that case, we need a cloud connector. So cloud to on-premise, on-premise to cloud, right? And we can create the add sub account. Okay, please make sure add sub account. Okay, and when I say sub account, that means BTP sub account, right? So whatever the BTP sub accounts, okay, you are using VA, right? AWS US East. Okay. Now coming back to here. Oh, even I need to restart this one. Come on. Okay, this is a sub account ID. Okay, which we can try to leverage. Okay, I'm not going to create it. Okay, here we can have some name, right? Training. Okay, this is the login user ID, right? So this is the login user ID probably which we can try to leverage. Okay, and we can use the password and we can create it. Okay, simple. Region, sub account ID, we have taken it from here. Your login credentials to the BTP ID password. You can click on save. When you click on save, you will get it. And when I double click here, okay, I should go inside that part. It is the same one which I created. Just a minute, guys. Okay, fine. Yeah. So when I go to here, right, this will be blank. So you can create ABAP system or HANA system if you have standalone HANA systems, Java process integrations. If you have gateway systems, right, you can select it. Okay, for now I'm selecting the ABAP systems. Okay, next. This is the internal host and internal port which we need to put it. How will you get the internal host and port? Okay, SMICS, right? Hold on. SAP ABAP system host and port. Okay, simple one. Okay, so if you go to SMICM, okay, SMICM, yeah, go to services, you will get the HTTP port number and IP, the IP address of it. So, okay, so you can put the actual internal host, internal port number. You can click on next. Okay, it will not allow us, and then it will go virtual host and virtual post, and then it will be finished. Okay, so once you add all these details, right, you also need to add the resources available to that. Okay, and you can select slash sap slash, okay, path all and subpath. Okay, if you select this one, probably you need to add a couple of other path also. But if you select the all the path, it means under this folder, which is under SAP Gateway on-premise system. Okay, all the folders will be accessible to this one. Okay, and you will be able to access this. So basically, we'll be able to access all kind of Fury, all kind of gateway services which are available to this one, which we can try to leverage. So this is the configurations of the cloud connector.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the SAP Intelligent Robotic Process Automation (EPA) service used for? Option A, automating repetitive tasks and processes. Option B, providing artificial intelligence capabilities. Option C, integrating cloud and on-premise applications. Option D, developing and deploying mobile apps. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So fine, okay. So this is how we can do it. Okay, I already shown inside the system how we can configure it. Okay, just with interest of time, download and install the SAP Cloud Connector. Okay, you can go to this slide. Okay, link. Okay, and here we have, yeah, okay. Here we have Cloud Connector, and here we can just try to install this one. Okay, so if you install this one, okay, so if you are using a personal laptop, definitely you will be able to install it. Okay, it requires the JDK version. Okay, so that is required. Apart from that, we will be able to install it. And once you install that JDK and the SAP CC, this particular MSI file, which is executable, right? The cloud connector settings have been configured. Okay. So this is a download and install SCC initial configuration. So we'll have the port name. We'll have the the host name and the port number. Okay, and host name is which we can get it from the system itself, right? So okay, and the default is this is the username password. Okay, you can change the password, but administrator and password, make sure if you are changing the password, please note it down. Okay, otherwise you need to uninstall completely along with the registry, and then probably need to set it up. Okay, so this is username and password what we have, and then post to that we are having the similar screen, right? Region, sub account, display name, login email ID, password, location ID, and this thing. This portion has been changed, but right, I can try to showcase one more time. I can go here, add sub account, region, sub account, display name, sub account, user, password, location ID. Location ID, if I have one region and one user ID, okay, has the multiple different systems to be connected, right? I can always use the location ID. Okay, maybe let's say ECC1. Okay, just ECC1. Okay, ECC2. Okay, 2 or maybe 8, right? Or maybe what I can also do, right? We can put the specific servers in US, okay, or maybe it's in Europe, okay, or it's in EU, okay. So that I can try to provide, okay. So that is possible, and this will, okay. So this is what we can setting up the cloud connector configurations of it. And when I go to here, I think I don't have it here. Yeah, it's already been connected. Okay, it's already been connected here. First step for cloud connector, the first step is, okay, you need to install it, the cloud connector. You need to configure it just like the way I showcased you. And once the configurations is done, okay, you can go to your cloud connector. You will be having an instance available. Okay, so if you would like to connect your BTP with any of the on-premise systems, you need to have the cloud connector. So this is a demo instance available by SAP itself, okay, which we are just trying to leverage, and okay, the connection has been established. Okay, so this is what we have, right? ES5, that is the instance name provided by SAP. HTTP, this is the gateway instance we have it. This is the URL because it's internet accessible. Basic authentication, this user ID and password, right? And these are the properties which we need to add it. Okay, so SAP client, SAP platform, and this is about the web ID system and web ID usage configurations part of it. Okay, so once we check this part, right, we can save it. We can do the check connections, and check connection is working fine. Okay, now I'm going to my instance and subscription.
There is a blog link which has been shared. Everyone is able to see that link.
Okay, so guys, we can create user account to the SAP gateway instance. Okay, and we can try to register, and we can try to log into SAP gateway instance. Okay, this is what we have done as part of this one. And I'm clicking on the start from template. Okay, I'm in my BS. Okay, this is a wizard driven. Okay, I'm using the Fiori application. Okay, I'm using maybe work list. Connect to system, because I wanted to connect with the ES5, which is the SAP system. So, okay, I'll showcase this part. Okay. So whatever the new destination you are going to create, right? The first one would be default one, but the ES5 and Northwind. Okay. If I go to here, right, I have a two destinations here, right? ES5 and Northwind. Okay. So all the destinations will be appearing over here. Okay. So basically, you are selecting the systems, and basically, what is systems? What is your backend systems, right? Which you are trying to point it out. Okay. So I'm selecting ES5 here, and here whatever the services are available inside the ES5, which I can see each and every services here. Okay. So I'll take up one of the service, which is I'll select this service. See, here we have selected work list page template applications. Okay. So by default, it is giving us the main entity. Okay. We can change it. Sales order set to line items. Okay. Theory application, work list template, data source. Okay. System, ES5, services. Okay. Main entity and navigation entities. All these entities are residing at which server, from where the data is from where the entity is being picked up. Not only the services, even the entities are being picked up. Okay, along with the navigation entity. Okay. Now this all about this part. Okay, I'll choose this one. Okay. So if I want to choose the theming also, I can choose the theming here. Okay. And if I want to choose any kind of libraries or type scripts, okay, I can do that. Okay, I don't need this. I'll go next. Right, I'll say first. So here it is installing all kind of dependencies, and it is going to create the applications from the template driven. Okay, and it will take couple of minutes, and the application should be ready. Okay, so now we have application, right? So which we can right click. Okay, we can do the preview application, and we can do the local run. Okay, so now what is happening? The entire application is getting deployed to the Cloud Foundry. For the first time, it will take some time. Okay, anyway, it will take some time. So guys, so it would be very easy. You can select any kind of template. If you have all the services ready, you can select the services. If you know what is the mapping and what kind of UI screens to be designed, right? So what in a first part, uh, what data to be displayed, okay, and the second part, what data to be displayed. Everything is coming by default available, and once it is ready, okay, we can also extend the applications also. Okay, so it is SAP is making so straightforward. Within couple of minutes, our application can be deployed, and we can check it out. Okay, basically this is entire gateway service, and this is the data what we have. inside the server. Okay, this is what we have it. The application is ready. When you click on it, this is what we have. Okay, so if you have the navigations property properly defined, okay, we can check it out, the detail of it. And this is very simply, we can create the Fiori applications. We can take the Fiori theming part of it, right? And we can check it out.
Hey there! Want to become a master of SAP BTP? Our comprehensive course is here to help you achieve that. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all the ins and outs of SAP BTP, a powerful integration and extension platform for the intelligent enterprise. It's a game changer for building and extending applications, automating processes, and integrating data and systems. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you have a solid understanding of SAP BTP's capabilities. It's designed and delivered by industry experts who have extensive experience working with SAP BTP. Your instructors are seasoned professionals who have been in the trenches, and they're here to share their knowledge and insights with you. They'll guide you through the course material and answer any questions you might have along the way. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course, and their success stories speak volumes about its effectiveness. Best of all, this opportunity to gain valuable skills and knowledge is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to everyone who wants to enhance their SAP BTP expertise. Ready to take your career to new heights? Sign up for our SAP BTP course today. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.